should know. I have listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems? Pull me out of this place in the middle.
Hey y'all, my stuff is not wanting to work with me today. I'm going to play the missing kids video and then I'll do the intro. Thank you for being here.
This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you all. I was trying to type it in chat. That's why I was late doing the little intro thing. I was trying to do the intro like the normal song, but I was trying to also get this pulled up, so it didn't want to work with me. Let me clear my throat real quick. Okay, it's so good to see y'all. Hey, Anders, Heo, Abellis, RBM0523. Oh, I'm so happy you got gifted a membership. Hey, Edith, Janet, Hazel Eyes, good morning. Janet, I saw you. Okay, so Anders, the trial started about an hour and a half ago. I start an hour and a half in, so like you can see how it's already skipped. I skipped past the jury instructions, and I think this is where opening statements begin. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to talk. I'm going to see, how long it takes today. My plan is to be able to just skip through the morning break, the lunch break, and the afternoon break. But if we talk and stuff and it takes longer and like I end up streaming till like 7 o'clock tonight, I'll probably start at normal time tomorrow. We'll just judge at the end of today to see when the live will be scheduled for tomorrow. It kind of just depends on how much we talk and how much we have to say about it. Hey, Nene Nut. So this is the Megan Boswell trial. She's on trial for the homicide of her daughter, Evelyn, who was 13 months old, I do believe. She wrapped her in a blanket and then wrapped that in aluminum foil and then put that in a trash bag while the child was still alive and put her in a box in a bin and put her in her dad's shed, and she died.
Perhaps the best standing rule is not to say anything. You also should not discuss this case among yourselves until I instruct you on the law and you start deliberating at the end of the case. It is the responsibility of the attorneys.
We're skipping past the jury instructions.
Case on the evidence presented to you. However, during the course of the trial, this completes my opening comments to you. We will now.
Unfortunately, I cannot turn it up any louder, so I will mute my mic and we will listen and we will talk about it. Edith, it's good to see you, love. And Cara, I don't know if I said hey to you. It's good to see you. All right.
I'll proceed with the reading of the presentment.
Thank you, Judge.
What bride did you date?
Presentment, case number S-72-869, State of Tennessee, County of Sullivan. Criminal court charge, first-degree murder, count 1. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, intentionally, and with premeditation kill Evelyn May Boswell, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A1, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P.
Hey, Jackie.
Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, felony murder, count 2. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child abuse, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General.
You ruined my peace and dignity and the peace and dignity of that child, ma'am.
Charge, felony murder, count 3. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully and feloniously kill Evelyn May Boswell, a human and being, said killing being committed in the perpetration of or attempt to perpetrate the felony crime of aggravated child neglect, contrary to Tennessee Code annotated section 39-13-202A2, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child abuse, count 4. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell.
Anders, it's hard to hear what they're saying because they're talking so low. I'm going to mute my mic. I can't turn it up any louder, unfortunately. I don't have a way to do that.
Boswell.
But the captions are on so you can read what they say. That's the best I've got right now.
Or about December 2019 in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, and other than by accidental means, treat Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child under 8 years of age, in such a manner as to inflict serious bodily injury, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, aggravated child neglect, count 5. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, feloniously, and knowingly neglect a child, Evelyn May Boswell, date of birth November 21st, 2018, a child 8 years of age or less.
This man has like such a monotone voice. He reminds me of that Clear Eyes guy that would hold the beach ball of the eye and he'd put water on it and all the little veins would disappear. Like, I don't blame y'all if y'all fall asleep listening to this man talk.
So as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. And the act of neglect resulted in serious bodily injury to the child, Evelyn May Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-15-402, a Class A felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, tampering with evidence, count 6. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously alter, destroy, or conceal evidence with the intent to impair its availability, verity, or legibility as evidence in an investigation. The said Megan Boswell, knowing that an investigation was pending or in progress, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-503.
Jackie said, poor little thing. Her mom put her upside down and closed the lid. The human race is astonishing. And a lot of people want to blame her for her age, like say, well, she was young and she, you know, while she shouldn't have done it, she was young and immature. And I call bullshit because there's children out here that unfortunately have babies as young as 13, you know, and they don't do things like this. I mean, I had a child at 19. I had just turned 19. We've all had children young. Those that haven't know somebody that's had a child young, and those children are healthy. I don't blame her immaturity or her age for this at all. I can't do that. Nope. I'm sorry. If my stance on that has always been, if you are grown enough to do the deed, then you better be grown enough to take care of the child. That's all I'm going to say about that. Good morning, Norma. Thank you for being here.
Class C felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee. Signed, Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 7. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Tracy Haraz, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur.
Janet pointed out a good fact and said even a child would not throw away a pet. And I mean, right, you know, you can't really use that excuse because even a child that's immature and doesn't, you know, even a child would not kill a pet and throw it away. So you can't use the excuse that you were young and immature. Kara said, yeah, that's disgusting. I have friends who had kids at 15 and 16 and they never did anything like this. One didn't have any help from the father of her child or her parents. Right. You can make it. I mean, it's no excuse. She wanted to be with that boy who didn't want children, from what I believe. Abella said, Janet, exactly. I was saving bugs as a kid. I didn't kill bugs in my house. I catch and release, even spiders. Yeah, we try to too. I try to catch them and put them out because they got a life. I tell the kids all the time, they got a life and a family and children at home that they need to get back to. So we have to let them go when they find little frogs and spiders and things.
The said false statement concerning Evelyn Boswell and the defendant's claim that her infant child was with the child's father, Ethan Perry, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 8. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detectives Michelle Gillum and Tracy Haraz, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement lack of knowledge, the whereabouts of her infant daughter, and her alleged efforts to locate her daughter, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 9. The grand jury of Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Lieutenant Steve Williams, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged last physical contact that the defendant had with her infant daughter and Ethan Perry's alleged refusal to respond to her text and voicemails regarding her daughter following an argument with Ethan Perry about the custody arrangements concerning her daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge false report, count 10. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 18th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged last physical contact with her infant daughter and the defendant's alleged lack of knowledge of the whereabouts of her infant daughter, even though she had concerns that her daughter was possibly injured. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 11. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 19th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Federal Bureau.
Hey, Angela, I had to fix the banner across the bottom real quick. I was having some issues. It's good to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here.
Investigation agents Jeff Blanton and Todd Wilcox, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the alleged time frame.
So I heard him say something about concerning the visitation and custody of the child. Did she try to get dude to take the child and he didn't take her? Like, did she tell him, I need you to take Evelyn, and the dad said no? I'm wondering. Thank you all for
when the
thumbs
defendant
up.
gave her infant daughter to Ethan Perry to keep, since she could not handle her daughter anymore, and Ethan Perry's alleged threats to take the defendant to court to address the custody of their daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502,
Oh, I guess it was a lie.
a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 12. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Captain Joey Strickler, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's alleged claim that she last saw her infant daughter in the custody of Ethan Perry.
This woman lied like I think it's 12 counts that she's charged with lying to an officer. I don't remember exactly how many times it is, but this woman was a pathological liar. Like, it's ridiculous.
December 26, 2019, and that she had not contacted the police to report her missing child on the advice of Angela Boswell, the defendant's mother. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 13. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath, present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement.
She did. She lied her ass off to the police, and she hid that baby, and she knew where it was, and she came on the news and tried to pretend to cry. Little liar McLiarson. Hey, Miss King of anything. It's good to see you. Just like Casey Anthony. Yep, absolutely. This little liar McLiarson.
Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, possibly having her infant daughter, but refusing to share with the defendant the location of her daughter and whether she had custody of the defendant's daughter. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 14.
It was against everybody's peace and dignity.
The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having taken her infant daughter in mid-December of 2019 and refusing to tell the defendant of her daughter's location, and that she allegedly did not call the police to report her infant daughter missing out of fear that her mother, Angela Boswell, would harm Evelyn Boswell. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 15. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 20th,
Angela, I don't know why it's doing that. Sometimes I'll see the chat on the TV and sometimes I won't when I'm in other live streams. Maybe try to go back out and try to come back in again. I don't know.
2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, having allegedly taken her infant daughter because Angela Boswell believed that the defendant owed her money, and that the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, had allegedly told her that Evelyn Boswell would not be returned to the defendant until the money was paid. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 16. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly
it's really odd. Who would actually believe that the mother said, I've got your child and I'm not going to give her back unless you pay me X amount of dollars? That don't even make any sense. I've never, ever heard anything like that.
duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that
I'm going to speed it up while we listen to them read the charges just a little bit.
Megan Boswell, on or about February 21st, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Agent David Gratz and Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Matt Price, law enforcement officers, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, knowing that the statement was false and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. The said false statement concerning her mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having Evelyn Boswell at an unknown location, and that despite the efforts of the defendant to find her infant daughter, she allegedly did not know the whereabouts of her infant daughter and did not have any additional information to provide to law enforcement in their attempts to find the missing child. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-5.
Janet said this man could put a 24-hour clock to sleep.
A Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, false report, count 17. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about February 23rd, 2020, in the state and county aforesaid, before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously make a statement in response to a legitimate inquiry by Tennessee Bureau of Investigation Assistant Agent in Charge, Chris Wilhoit, a law enforcement officer, concerning a material fact about an offense or incident within the officer's concern, to wit, the disappearance of the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell. Knowing that the statement was false, and with the intent to obstruct or hinder the officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring or continuing to occur. Concerning the defendant's mother, Angela Boswell, allegedly having given the defendant's infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to another person who Angela Boswell refused to name, and that her infant child was safe and would have a better life with the unknown person than with the defendant. Contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-16-502, a Class D felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, abuse of a corpse, count 19. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously, and without legal privilege, physically mistreat a corpse in a manner offensive to the sensibilities of an ordinary person, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 39-17-312, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. Charge, failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, count 20. The grand jurors for Sullivan County, Tennessee, being duly impaneled and sworn, upon their oath present and say that Megan Boswell, on or about December 2019, in the state and county aforesaid, and before the finding of this presentment, did unlawfully, knowingly, and feloniously fail to report the death of her infant daughter, Evelyn Boswell, to the county medical examiner, local police, district attorney general, or sheriff, where the death was from violence, trauma, or in any suspicious, unusual, or unnatural manner, contrary to Tennessee Code Annotated, Section 38-7-108, a Class E felony, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Tennessee, signed Barry P. Staubus, District Attorney General. True bill was returned 22nd day of May 2024, and it's signed Sally Sierra, foreman of the grand jury.
Mr. Scott, how does Ms. Boswell plead each count?
Defendant pleads not guilty to every count.
Thanks, sir.
Great.
She's pleaded not guilty from what I just heard. Wow.
General, you have opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Today we're going to talk about Evelyn Boswell for a few minutes. In 2019, Evelyn Boswell was a bright, growing little girl, full of life, healthy, learning to walk, learning to talk, doing all the things that a 12-month-old child would do. Which means today, 5 years later, Evelyn Boswell would be 6 years old. She would be possibly in kindergarten, learning to read, maybe taking her first ballet class or her first soccer game, learning to tie her shoes.
This is really hard to hear. That poor baby would be 6 years old right now, in school, starting kindergarten. How sad.
All of the things that we think of that are firsts for 6-year-old children. But based upon the last 2 days of our jury selection, we all know that Evelyn Boswell is not going to do any of those things. We all know that all of that was taken away from her in December of 2019 by the defendant, Megan Boswell. And her life wasn't just cut short. It's not just a tragedy. Her life was violently ripped away from her. And we can all agree that it's a shock. It's a tragedy when a child dies. It's upsetting. It upsets all of us. You'll hear phrases like "gone too soon," "what a tragedy." A child had such a life ahead of them. And a lot of times it is a tragedy. And in this case, it's a tragedy too. But in this case, it was a preventable tragedy. There's so much more to this story that you are going to hear. Because
it absolutely was preventable. It absolutely was. It is sad, Angela. Jackie said the denial that sets in where humans think they even have a chance of freedom again. Yeah. Like, no ma'am.
Evelyn did not have to die. Evelyn could be here today. And so today, 5 years later, we are asking you to give justice to Evelyn Boswell. During this trial, you will learn that the one person, Evelyn's mother, Megan Boswell, who was entrusted more than anyone else to take care of her, to keep her safe, to protect her, that she failed her in the worst possible way. You will hear proof that the last time Evelyn Boswell was seen alive was December 6th, 2019. You're going to hear that date a few times during this trial. That is the last time that Evelyn Boswell was seen alive. And that was just a few weeks after her first birthday. And you're going to hear from many witnesses who saw Evelyn frequently, saw her all the time, family members, Megan Boswell's friends, that all of a sudden are like, where's Evelyn? Where's Evelyn? We're not seeing. They're concerned. And they would ask Megan Boswell about it. And every time Megan had an answer. Megan concocted a story. And I'm not going to tell you now what she said. You're going to hear that in the proof.
Yeah, it seems like she concocted a lot of stories and was a pathological liar.
But she told all kinds of different stories, depending on the person that she was talking to. And you will hear from those witnesses today. But you will hear, or this week, but you will hear there was concern. But, you know, they knew Megan. They thought they knew Megan, I should say. And so they wanted to trust that what she was telling them was the truth. But it was not the truth. So after December, what happens next? We have Christmas, New Year's. Where's Evelyn? There is no Evelyn. You will not see any proof that Evelyn was seen at Christmas, New Year's. Then we jump to January.
What is your excuse at Christmas? Like, that's that baby's second Christmas on this earth. I'm sorry, but as a grandma, I would be like, yeah, you bring me my grandchild. Like, where's my grandchild? It's Christmas. Bring my grandchild. If you're not bringing my grandchild, me and you are going to go to wherever my grandchild is so I can lay eyes on her. I'm not playing that game. I'm going to tell grandma she can't see her grandbaby at Christmas. No, ma'am.
The entire month of January 2020, 31 days. Where's Evelyn? There's no Evelyn. People are really starting to get concerned, and Megan Boswell continues to concoct stories of where Evelyn is to try to help people make sense so she can keep this going. The entire month of February 2020, Where's Evelyn? Again, at this point, family is really starting to get concerned that they have not seen Evelyn. And they're asking questions. Months pass. We're not talking about weeks. We are talking about over 2.5 months that Evelyn Boswell is missing. The defendant is not even just canceling her well visits. She's no-showing. She's just not showing up because she knows where Evelyn is. But again, even to the pediatrician's office, she has to concoct a story about forgetting the appointment maybe, or I got my days mixed up. Always a story. Always a story. So we know now, we did not know then, but we know now that from early December, Evelyn Boswell, even though it had not been reported by Megan Boswell, Evelyn Boswell was a missing child from early December until almost the end of February.
Hey, Foxy Amazon. Just like the Naziah Harris case, I mean, a month at least, sounds like more, had passed before they even knew to start looking for Evelyn because this little liar McLiarson kept lying.
She was a missing child. And the only person who knew that, the person who was entrusted to take care of her the most, is the only person who knew that Evelyn was actually missing. And she just left it unreported. Over 2 months later, finally, Megan Boswell's dad, Tommy Boswell, finally essentially puts an ultimatum down on his daughter and says, I'm tired of the stories. If you don't show me my grandchild by the next day, I'm essentially calling the police. Well, Megan knew she could not do that, and she did not do that. And Tommy Boswell finally was the one to report Evelyn missing on February 18th of 2020. Finally.
Thank goodness for Dad.
Law enforcement gets involved. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation gets involved. The FBI gets involved. All hands on deck to find this missing child. She's finally reported missing. But it's important to note that it was not Megan Boswell that reported her child missing. Megan Boswell never reported her child missing. So you're going to hear from December of 2019 until February of 2020, when it's finally reported, that the defendant's biggest believable story, that really is probably what kept the family from reporting earlier, is she was saying that Evelyn was with her father, Ethan Perry. And you'll hear a lot about Ethan Perry, and you'll get to hear from Ethan Perry yourselves. Ethan Perry is actually not Evelyn's father, but Megan led him to believe that he was the father. And everyone, for all purposes, also believed Ethan Perry was the father. So to the family, they're like, well, that's good. He's stepping up. The father's stepping up. That's good. We're proud of him. And that is the story that Megan.
Hey, Cozy. I can't believe that Ethan, I thought that, isn't Ethan Perry the one that's in the Army? I'll look it up, but I thought he was the father. That's interesting.
Boswell told.
I don't remember this case, every detail off the top of my head, because it's been a while since I touched up on it. And this little liar McLiarson kept lying so much that it's hard to keep track of her lies. It's good to see you, Cozy.
Mostly to her family, to her friends. You were going to hear a lot of testimony about her just telling everyone that Ethan Perry has gotten Evelyn. First, you'll hear that they're trading weeks, but doesn't make sense because people are still not seeing Evelyn. So then Megan took it one step further, where he took her to court and got emergency custody, blaming her for something. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana, pulling him out of his duty. I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas.
That poor man getting pulled out and questioned about this situation he didn't even have nothing to do with. Hey, Dainty Dane. You're welcome. I started it about an hour and a half after they actually started so we could skip through all the breaks and all the stuff we wanted to skip through. Hey, Miss O, it's good to see you. Thank you both for coming in.
Over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one saw, no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part. From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she...
Dainty Dane says, hey, trigger warning, y'all. They show the picture of finding Evelyn. So I want to let y'all know that that's going to happen at some point. I don't know when it happens because I'm watching this with y'all and we started, back so we could skip commercials and things. But I appreciate that so much, Dainty Dane. If you're still here, let us know so I can give another warning. And thank you.
She is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time. And that it was Megan's. It was personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant. You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn. I didn't know it was like a bag of trash that I didn't know it was actually a bag that had trash in it. That reminds me of the Quentin Simon situation. And that's really, it makes it even worse, right? To me, to put your child in a bag of trash is even worse than just putting the child in the bag, whatever, that's already horrible enough. But then you add trash and just literal waste with your child. It sounds weird, but that makes it worse for me. And from what I understand, she was still alive when she went into that bag, breathing in all that trash and nastiness. That's just horrible. I don't know. It's weird. It's hard for me because it's these people, they kill their children and they're horrible already. But then on top of it, to just discard them like trash, it makes it worse to me. Body pulled up over her face and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head. The blanket completely covering her face, the foil completely covering her head.
Daisy Dane said that's why she was wrapped in the foil to disguise her as leftovers. And that's even more sad. I was thinking that I didn't know there was trash, and I was thinking she tried to wrap her in aluminum foil so maybe the dogs wouldn't smell if they did a search for her. This poor child. It is disgusting, Abellis. My goodness.
Upside down in a trash can, still in her
Hey, Vicky.
purple fleece onesie and diaper. And as terrible as it is to say, you are going to hear that she just wasn't placed in the trash can, but then another trash bag was placed on top of her. And that trash bag.
I couldn't see if she was shaking her head no, but she appears to look like she might be wiping tears, but I'm sure they're fake. Hey, Vicky.
Bag was shoved down into the trash can, compressing Evelyn into the trash can. That's what we're dealing with today. And you're going to hear proof that directly links only one person to this crime, this horrendous crime. You are going to hear that the only person linked to this crime is sitting at this table right here. You are going to hear it from.
I heard her say she wrapped her in aluminum foil. Hold on. I'll back it up. I'm going to speed it up this time while we listen to this part again. I think she said wrapped completely in aluminum foil. Let me see if she said the head or just the whole body.
A kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time.
I'm going to take it back.
That was Megan. And again, not true. There was never court. There were no documents. Juvenile court was never involved. It was just another story that Megan Boswell was telling because she knew where Evelyn was, and she had to keep perpetuating this lie. Interestingly enough, she didn't think it through completely because Ethan Perry at the time was in the Army in Louisiana. He lived in barracks, and I think we all understand and know that in the barracks, there's not going to be a toddler running around. But Megan Boswell, in perpetuating that story, she didn't care. She got the entire Army involved in this to go investigate this poor guy who was trying to serve our country in Louisiana.
I think she said the whole body.
Pulling him out of his
We're
duty.
trying to find that real quick, and then I'm going to skip back to where we were.
I can't imagine the chaos that caused, all because Megan Boswell wanted to perpetuate this lie. And Ethan Perry didn't even see Evelyn in December. You will hear that he came in to visit his grandparents on leave. He never saw Evelyn Boswell over Christmas or over December. We all know why now. But at the time, Megan again tells the story. Evelyn has the flu. She can't come. And you will hear the testimony that no one, not Ethan Perry or anyone else saw Evelyn Boswell in December. The hard part.
Okay.
From early December of 2019 until later when her body was found, Evelyn was always in the same place. And Megan Boswell knew that. Megan Boswell knew that because she is the one that put Evelyn there. She placed Evelyn's body in a kitchen trash can, her own trash can from her home, from the trailer that she shared with Evelyn. And she hid that trash can in her own childhood playhouse on her father's property, a playhouse that you will see no one has been in for a very long time. And that it was Megan, personal to Megan, not to anyone else. And you're going to hear that Evelyn was put into the trash can upside down is the best way to describe it, head down, in a bag of trash, filled with food debris, broken eggs, her body just placed in there by the defendant.
I'm going to pause this real quick. We're trying to figure out what part was wrapped in aluminum foil, as graphic as that sounds. Thank you so much, Ann Miller, for being so supportive. And Ann Mollier, I don't know how to say your last name. Anna, thank you, or Annie, thank you so much for gifting the memberships. I really appreciate that. Welcome to Speculation Station. I'm not by my phone, so I can't tell you who got the memberships, but I'll tell you in a minute, and I'll come pick y'all up on the crazy train. If y'all were gifted a membership from Ann, please tell her thank you. Thank you so much, Ann. That was so sweet. Oh. Wrong one. Okay, my computer's acted up, but I hope it played it. Thank you so much, Ed. That was so very sweet of you. I really appreciate that. That was so sweet. Thank you for being so supportive.
You will see that there was a blanket tightly wrapped around Evelyn's body, pulled up over her face, and quite a bit of aluminum foil then wrapped around her head.
Her head. Okay. Okay, she said her head. So he was right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. I thought it was her whole body. So she said her head. I skipped it back forward a little bit to where we were. I'll probably keep it on what it's on so we can listen to it and get through it.
Child, but for herself. You will hear that she takes trips. She's clearly falling in love.
If it's too fast, let me know. And thank you again, Ann. Welcome, new members.
She moves out of the trailer that she was living in with her child and moves in with this guy within weeks into his home in a very nice neighborhood in Bluntville, Tennessee.
That's okay, Dainty. I'm just glad you were gifted. That's so awesome.
You are going to hear testimony that Megan Boswell is taking trips to Gatlinburg, to Pigeon Forge, staying at Margaritaville Hotel, all while her child is upside down decomposing in a trash can. You will never hear that Megan Boswell was upset, mourning her child, crying. All she does is continue to concoct lies to cover up what she did.
Oh my God.
Is that what a mother does?
Right, Vicky?
So you will hear that when Tommy Boswell reports, it's essentially all hands on deck with law enforcement. Immediately, law enforcement goes into action, and you are going to hear so much proof about how much effort went into finding this baby, how much time and hours worked by every law enforcement agency in North Carolina, East Tennessee, Middle Tennessee.
Okay, from what I'm being told, I'm sorry the chat's acting funny, that it's really bad and really graphic that they're going to show her body. So again, I just want to warn you. I'm sure they'll tell me when it's coming up.
Everyone putting their efforts into trying to find this little girl and just hoping to find her alive. So then Megan Boswell then, of course, comes clean, right? Once law enforcement's involved, because Megan knows where Evelyn is, so she's gonna tell law enforcement, right? The answer is no, and you probably can gather that by General Harper reading the indictment for about 40 minutes this morning. Megan Boswell continues to perpetuate her stories, concocting anything, blaming anyone else, Ethan Perry, for a day, 2 days. She continues that story of Ethan Perry. Then you'll hear she admits that's not true. So then she tries to blame her mom, her own mom. She decides to try to blame to try to get out of this because she knows this snowball is rolling down this hill and she's trying to stop it the best she can. Why is she doing that?
Well, because she's a liar McLiarson and her lies are catching up to her and she's trying to get off the hook. But from what I've seen and heard, I don't know. I was not there. I didn't see. From what I've seen in the news, her mom wasn't that much of a mother anyway. But, again, I don't know. I wasn't there. I didn't personally see, but from what I've heard.
It's because she knows that she brutally murdered her child. And she's trying to cover it up. And maybe she had that hope that Evelyn would never be found. And even to this day, 5 years later, Evelyn would still be a missing child. The defense said something really interesting in jury selection yesterday afternoon that I want to touch on. He said to you, you only have one chance to get this right. Do you remember that? Then he said, Megan only has one chance to get this right. Do you remember that?
Dainty said, shoot, and the jury won't even see 2 of the pictures. She should, though. They should sit them in front of her this whole trial. And they should. They should put it in big blown up posters and sit them on the thingy, the triangle thing. I can't even think of what it's called. They should sit them right in front of her. Just right directly in front of her. This is what you did to your child.
I submit to you, Megan Boswell has already had her chance.
Okay, good, Gray.
She was gifted with a beautiful child.
She was beautiful.
A healthy, vibrant little girl. Evelyn was perfect. Megan Boswell already had her chance. So today is Evelyn's chance. Today is our chance to get it right, not Megan's. Today's our chance to get it right for Evelyn. I know this is not easy for any of you. Thank you for serving. I promise you that this is not easy for any of us. It is not easy for any of us. But it's so important for us to be here today. You know you're going to see pictures that you don't want to see. You know you're going to hear things that you don't want to hear. But that's how we tell Evelyn's story. What she endured before her death, during her death, and even after her death. And where she had to sit for months while her mother continued to split her life as if Evelyn didn't exist. Ladies and gentlemen, at the close of this proof, we believe you will be left with no doubt at all, that the defendant, Megan Boswell, is guilty as charged in every count of the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
Morning. She's right about something.
So from what I think, it's because the guy that she was with didn't want children. So she basically was going to annihilate her child and start over. That was answering Vicky's question. She said, why did she do it? Was she angry at her child? If so, what for? Jackie said, yes, make her look at what she done to her own flesh and blood. Not everyone's had a good life, but you turn it around and swear you'll make sure you never give any child a bad life. That's right. That's right. Absolutely. Yeah. That was the reason. She basically wanted to start over.
This is a terrible situation. There's a child, 13-month-old child, dead in a crash bin. There's no getting around that.
Hold on just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go to the officer.
Stand, please. So what happened?
All right.
Okay, I'm going to skip this part.
I may be seated, thank you.
Who are you with? All right. Are you the designated still photographer?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If that flash goes off again, you'll have 10 days in jail.
Sorry.
The order's very clear.
Yes, Your
There'll be
Honor.
no lights, there'll be no flash. That's disruptive to the jury, that's disruptive to the lawyers.
I'm skipping this part so that we can continue on. I was trying to see if we recognized anybody here. I don't recognize anybody right now. Is that her mama in the jumpsuit? I wonder. Is that her? I'm going to back it up a little bit so we can see her for a second. They're muted on their end. Yeah, 10 days in jail. They're strict about that stuff. Hey, Nina. Thank you for saying thank you. Hey, Ashley. It's good to see you. Nina said, thank you for my gifted membership. Just got the notification. It's very much appreciated as I have a broken arm at the moment, and this really cheered me up. Aw, I'm so sorry that your arm is broken. I hope it heals quickly and that you can get better soon. Well, did I back it up too much? I'll just speed it up because they're about to start. I'm really glad you were gifted too. There she is, smiling. Like she ain't done nothing wrong. All right.
All right. It's just a procedural issue I had to take care of. Okay? Mr. Scott, I believe you were about to begin your opening statement.
All that happened, Cara, was somebody took a picture and he said, if you take a picture again, you'll have 10 days in jail because the flash. She is always smiling for the cameras, isn't she, Dainty?
Don't really know where I was at.
You start over.
I was. that was the first line. I don't really know where I was at, but when Miss Massey goes, she's right about a lot of things. I mean, there's not a person in this courtroom who wants to be here discussing a dead child. Nobody. Not you all, not me. But the state asks you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder. It's very interesting what they've done. They've asked you to convict Megan Boswell of first-degree murder in 3 different ways. They've asked you to find that it's a premeditated and intentional killing of her child. And then they're asking you to find that it's a murder that is perpetrated as part of child abuse. And then they're saying, well, if it's not that, surely it's because of child neglect. That's a problem. The state's theory is reasonable doubt in and of itself. They don't know what happened. They don't know how that child died. And they can't prove how that child died. I expect you'll hear from a couple of different medical examiners who come to somewhat the same conclusion, but one medical examiner, I think you'll hear from her, and she has a very interesting theory.
Yeah, y'all are all part of the speculating family. We love each other. I really do hope you feel better. That sucks having a broken arm. I know you didn't mean to.
But I would suggest to you that her theory is flawed. And the proof will show you why it's flawed. Just like yesterday I was talking about in Vordaer, I think I asked a couple of you about the scientific method. And if you put in incorrect data, would you get incorrect results? And you will, if the data is significant. The state asks you, I anticipate this medical examiner, based on her testimony in another hearing is going to say that this child was alive when it was placed in the trash can. But then again, the state says Megan's guilty of abuse of a corpse. Those theories are not consistent. They're not consistent with this.
To be fair, if she put the child in the bag and put her in the closet, in the playhouse thing while the child was alive, and then did not go there again, did not touch the child, did not do anything, technically he's right. She can't get in trouble for abuse of a corpse because unfortunately when the child went in there, she was alive. So the last time she had anything to do with Evelyn, she was still alive, technically.
What the state hasn't talked to you about is the possibility, what if this was accidental? What if Megan or Hunter Wood rolled over on that child in the bed?
I was under the impression that the child was alive when she went into the trash can, but I'm not positive now hearing him say that, because I was going to say, you know, how do you put a child in a trash bag and it's an accident? Like, that doesn't even make sense. So I'm assuming that there's a possibility that maybe she was not alive when she went in there. I thought she was, though, from what I had heard.
And I find this unreasonable, honestly. I find it unreasonable that you roll over on your child in the bed and you don't call 911. But I'm 49 years old. I practiced law for close to 25 years.
I didn't catch who was gifted in time. I did get one person. Denise Vargas was gifted by Ann. That was the only one I was able to catch real quick.
Harper talked about yesterday how your life experiences are different. But mine are certainly different than Megan's. When this child died, she was 18 years old. Now, you heard about what a great father Tommy Boswell was and how involved he was. What you didn't hear is Megan had that child because while she was in foster care. That's how involved Tommy Boswell was. She was in foster care when she had the child. I think you'll hear a lot in this trial about how she came up. And I like to tell people, and I do tell people, I've never had a hard day in my life. I've never went hungry. I've never not had a place to live. I've never fought a war, and I've never lost a child. And I can't put myself in the position of someone who has lost a child.
Jackie said, what about knowingly knowing the consequences of the action, either alive or dead? It's still not an appropriate place to leave a corpse. Could that be the abuse of a corpse charge? And it could be. That's a good theory. That makes sense. We'll have to see. That does make a lot of sense.
But that's what I'm going to ask you to do. Put yourself in Megan Boswell's position. She's 18 years old. She's got an older boyfriend. We expect the proof will be that he tells her, don't involve me with this. I don't want to be involved. Because they're scared they're going to get charged with something.
Excuse me, no. When I was 18, I got with somebody who had groomed me from the age of 13, who was 7 years older than me. We had a child at 19, and I loved my child more than life itself. There's no excuse. Nope, not going to happen. Nope, not today.
That's going to be the proof in this case. And my reaction and your reaction would be different. I would certainly call 911. But I'm not 18 years old.
I would have called 911 at 6 years old. What the hell does that even mean? I'm not 18 years old. Excuse me? Nina, exactly. You'd think the first instinct of any mother would be to panic and phone for help. I settled young and had my first at 19. So age is not a defense. Exactly.
And sometimes I think back to myself and I say, I would have called 911 at 18 years old. And I probably would. But I know a lot of people at 18 years old who wouldn't. Their life experience is different. Their maturity is different. If any of you have kids, some of you probably know that. Now, I want to talk to you about about the indictment itself. We entered a not guilty plea each and every count, and we're persistent in that. But that probably seems disingenuous to some of you guys about certain things, and I want to explain why. Counts 7 through 17 charge false report. And to find a false report, they have alleged that she has acted with the intent to obstruct or hinder an officer from preventing the offense or incident from occurring. Well, the case of the death of her daughter, the death had already occurred, when she gave those statements. So it's not to hinder an officer in preventing the offense now, or from continuing to occur. That's the first thing. So you have to determine, is she criminally responsible? Did she lie to the police? She absolutely lied to the police. I'm not contesting that. Some of the stuff she said, again, are an 18-year-old girl scared to death, talking to a TBI agent, talking to a police officer.
Angela said, I had my daughter when I was 16. She's been my whole world since day one. Exactly. There's a lot of people who have children young and don't ever hurt them. Dainty Dane said, right, Nina M. I was 20 and had never seen a newborn with hiccups. Oh, and thought mine was choking. I had the ambulance there immediately. We hadn't even been home for 2 hours alone. Oh my goodness. That is adorable. Babies with the hiccups, especially newborn, is the cutest thing. I remember mine having that. Annie, I'm not sure. There's Anders said she was alive, so we'll have to check. I'm sure they'll tell us. Hey, Content Angel, it would make sense if she was alive, and that would tell me why they were saying that she was alive when she was put in there. Anders said it seems like not every mother has a motherly instinct. I think it must be some part of a personality disorder. I definitely think that there's some kind of psychological issue with these people who kill their children, for sure. I would like to see, like, when they pass away of natural causes, their brain patterns, brain study of their brain to see if there's some kind of thing that they could see that's different in their brain as opposed to others.
And trying to explain this. She doesn't want to get in trouble. It doesn't mean she murdered her child. It doesn't mean she killed her child. What it means is that's her perception that she's going to get in trouble for this. And despite all the assertions to the contrary by the state,
Jackie said, I'm just learning as I go in the crime scenes. Background is children's nursing. I was changing my brother's nappies and keeping an eye out for him when I was 7 years old. See, it's done. You know, I just can't with the excuse of she was so young. Bullshit. Like she just said, there's children out here 7 years old watching over the younger kids while parents work and things. You might think it don't happen, but it does. I mean, and I think legally in the United States, it's 13 or 14 years old to watch other children. So don't even play me with that bullshit. Abella said, my mom felt bad her entire life because she poked my brother's belly with a safety pin. Aw. And I was saying that you did good by doing that, by calling 911, Dainty. That was cute. Dainty Dane said, I agree so much. There has to be something wrong. There is. Poor Harmony Montgomery was mad to watch her siblings. Yeah, because they made her, they forced her. And yeah, she got scared because the baby was crying and got in trouble. I remember that.
This is a trial, and I want to choose my words carefully. It's not
made.
Talks about Evelyn.
Harmony Montgomery was made to watch her infant brother. Yes, she was. And she got scared because the baby was crying and that monster, I think he spanked her or smacked her around or something to put it in his terms. I smacked her around, smacked her into the wall, whatever the hell that little monster said.
Evelyn, get this right for Evelyn. Get justice for Evelyn. Now, I want you to hear me out before you judge my statement. There's nothing you all are going to do that's going to change anything for Evelyn. Not a thing. The child is gone. Your job here today, and in the coming days and weeks, will be to decide whether Megan's actions are criminal or whether they're not criminal. I'm not asking you to find her innocent of anything, because that's not your function. Your job is to determine whether the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty.
I'm trying not to highlight comments until the sound gets better. She said with witness 1, the sound will get a lot better. So I'm trying to not highlight comments so that you can see what it says. But Ashley said, harmony will be in my heart forever because I live in that city. I remember when she was reported missing, it hurt our community for sure. I am so sorry that you went through that. That's a hard thing. And I couldn't imagine being in the city and looking, being concerned that this child was missing. And then they still haven't found that poor baby's body. Good morning, Bazard.
That she committed each and every element of the offenses charged. And you're not going to be able to do that. Their theories are absolutely inconsistent. Premeditated murder, oh, well, if we can't prove that, maybe we'll get her by neglect. And I would suggest to you that the investigation into this case, once it focused on Megan Boswell, it focused on Megan Boswell. You'll see what little investigation there was into Hunter Wood, boyfriend they're talking about. It's like he's out of the picture. It's just Megan. Well, we expect the proof will show you that he was involved with it, that he placed that baby there, that he had access to that property, that he'd been a lifelong friend of Megan's brother, Tommy Boswell Jr., who goes by Mike. He knew where that stuff was. Now, there are other things about the body and how it was found that doesn't come out in the proof. I'll bring those to your attention later. But they will show you that baby wasn't placed in that tragically dead. They will indicate to you that baby was probably moved. Also, I want to touch again on the Smash Bill's talk about Tommy Boswell. Tommy Boswell just had an epiphany. Well, he had an epiphany after they searched his property over and over, after they had run a cadaver dog by that building where the baby was and didn't get on it.
Hey, Rachel.
Then one day he'll just pick up the phone and say, hey, I just got to thinking, Megan had this playhouse down here. Maybe you should come and search it.
Hey, Granny.
Seems strange that the TBI searches your property and you would say, search all the buildings. Look at the playhouse. Why? Why do you have an epiphany days later? I bet I know where the child is. You'll hear from him. You'll hear him explain it. You can make your determination if you believe it. But ultimately, you're tasked with determining whether Megan killed that child. The child could have died suddenly death syndrome. It's an upper range of sudden death syndrome, but it's still there.
They're saying the child could have died of SIDS. Stop it. After they turn a year old, it's like the likelihood decreases substantially anyway.
That child, I think that child's date of birth is middle of November. So when we say a 13-month-old child, the child was barely 13 months. Could have died from that. It could have died from some of the wrong opening, as they believe. Just Megan. And certainly, disposing of that body the way disposed of is not excusable. It doesn't
Right, Jackie?
excuse anything. It doesn't make it right. It doesn't mean she's right. It doesn't mean that. I want to talk to you about there's a last count that we pled not guilty to on abuse or failure to report a suspicious death. And as indicted, the state chose to indict that where the death was from violence, trauma, or any suspicious or unusual or unnatural manner. Now, I can't deny she didn't report it. She didn't report it. There's no denying that. But what I would tell you is what that indictment leaves out is a key part of that statute. And had it included that, I would have pled guilty, had her plead guilty to that. And that talks about where the unexpected death of a child is severe health or sudden if it's necessary. Had that been included, should have stood up and said, I'm guilty of that. I did that. But it's not included because the indictment wants to make it that she committed a violent offense against the child. Lying to the police, improper disposal of the body, or whatever part she played in that, doesn't mean she murdered the child. It means she was an 18-year-old girl with pain. That's what you have to think about when you hear this proof. That's all I've got to say to you. I thank you for your time and attention. I know I'll probably cross-examine you. A lot of you fairly hard the other day. And I mean no disrespect by that. I just want you to know in the jury selection process, I did that because we have to have jurors that, make sure that you can be a good juror. That's the only reason. I mean, absolutely no disrespect. If I'm hard on you, I apologize for that, but I don't apologize for standing up for me.
Thank you, Scott. General 21st witness.
They would call Agent Brian Frail.
Okay, so the audio will get a lot better now from what Hio told me, and I'll be able to highlight comments more. She said SUDC applies to children over 12 months old, with some cases documented in children as old as 4 or 5 years old per the SUDC website. It's not called SIDS at that age anymore. It's sudden unexplained death in childhood.
Raise your right hand, please. Forward, please. State your name.
Brian Frail.
Solemnly swear affirm testimony about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Content Angel said I missed her comment. She saw my basil video last night, and you're in love with bunny rabbits. She had no idea they were like dogs. Yeah, he's a trip. He woke me up. He had what they call the bunny sniffles, and I've been giving him this antibiotic I have to rub under his eyes. And since I gave it to him, I think today is day 3 or 4 that I'm giving it to him. This morning anyway, like when my husband leaves for work, he comes in here and gets on the bed and lays in here with me until I get up. And the past 2 mornings, he's come and jump and he'll thump on me, like while I'm laying on my side or laying on my stomach. He'll get on top of me and thump to wake me up at like 8 o'clock in the morning. And he'll start running laps all over the bed. It's so cute. Yeah, it's called the bunny sniffles. His little
morning.
nose was
Good
running.
morning, sir.
If you would
His
introduce yourself to the jury, please.
Good morning. My name is Brian Fraley, and I'm a special agent with Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
Agent Fraley, how long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
19 years.
What is your current position or assignment there?
Senior special agent out of the Johnson City office, assigned to the Criminal Investigation Division.
I didn't know that, Abella. I'm glad he feels better too.
Agent Fraley, were you called upon to assist in the investigation into the disappearance and subsequently the death of Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, I was.
All right. And do you remember when that was that you were called out to assist in that?
Yes, sir. It was February 19th of 2020.
Yeah, you can litter box train rabbits. And he uses the litter box. He don't go anywhere else.
And what was your role when you first got called out?
Myself and other agents were called to assist Special Agent Brian Pritchard. He had been called to Sullivan County to assist.
They're going to show pictures, so I just want to warn y'all, it's going to be graphic.
Sullivan County Sheriff's Department on an Amber Alert on the 18th of the previous day.
Okay. And so when you were first called out, this investigation was in regards to a missing child. Is that correct?
That's correct. Special Agent Pritchard had been contacted on a missing person case that involved Evelyn Boswell. Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is the only state agency that can actually issue Amber Alerts. We were informed that the initial complaint by a family member, being the grandfather of Evelyn, was Tommy Boswell through Department of Children's Services, also known as DCS, who had contacted the referral to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department. Sullivan County Sheriff's Department got that referral, contacted us, and Special Agent Pritchard responded after going through a checklist that is required. Instead of just a regular missing person or missing child case, certain things have to be checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved in this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville.
Bowser said, shaking my head, little Evelyn was trapped with some highly sus mother, grandmother, and several other family members around her. Yep. Yeah, them Great Danes are like small horses. Them things are huge.
That also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence. And
what just happened? Do y'all still see me? Okay, y'all still see me. All right, hold on. Let me pull it back up. Let me figure out what's going on. Hold on, y'all. I don't know what happened. Because that usually happens when they pull the video, but they're not going to pull the trial. Let me try to pull it back up on my YouTube. I thought they might have got me for like copyright or something. Okay, it's there. I don't know what happened. So we'll back it up to where he was because it's on here. Hold on, I know you can't see it. I'm letting it load real quick and I'll grab it. Oh, this is part 2. They pulled part 1, I guess. Okay, let me go to because it's not. Let me show y'all. It just says live view. I'm gonna go to Court TV and pull it up. Okay, it left. Hold on just a minute. We'll go to Court TV and get it from there. Unless something happened in the courtroom and they pulled all of it. If that happened, we'll start at 9 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Like, let me see where they're at. We'll just use it from Court TV. This one started 3 hours ago, so it must be something with law and crime. Okay, there's the pictures. I think that was the part we saw. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, we're probably about right here. Okay, I'll check my phone. I'm not in there right now.
This is the word lies sustained.
Trying to back it up.
Checked off or validated in order to issue a full-blown Amber Alert.
Okay.
And Agent Fraley, I know you work for the TBI. Were there other law enforcement agencies that were involved?
So this is from Court TV. Janet, I don't know why it's only letting half of your comments show. Sometimes it'll grab them for certain words that are mentioned, but that's really weird, and I'm sorry you're dealing with that, sweetheart.
In this investigation?
Yes, sir. Once it went to a full Amber Alert, which is probably our highest priority at TBI, the FBI was called. Obviously, Sullivan County Sheriff's Department investigators were already involved along with Agent Pritchard. But once we were involved, we have a specific team just for Amber Alert cases out of Nashville that also involve other agents and intelligence analysts. The FBI has a specialized team of trained agents called a CART team, and that's a child abduction response team. And these agents are experts in child abduction, Amber Alert type cases. So within hours of the Amber Alert being issued and certified, there was approximately 40 to 50 FBI, TBI, Sullivan County investigators, and intelligence analysts assigned to this case.
So a number of agents across a number of agencies, all out there, essentially, at least initially, looking for a missing child. Is that
Yes,
a fair
sir.
statement?
That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And so over the first couple of days of your investigation, did you participate in or were you aware of interviews that were done with the defendant, Megan Boswell?
Yes, sir. Megan Boswell provided statements to a numerous amount of investigators early on, including me.
All right. And would it be a fair statement to say that she gave you multiple different versions about what had happened and where her child might be located?
Yes, sir. Repeated stories that we tracked down that turned out to be lies.
Objection, Your Honor. No, that's speculation.
This is the word lies sustained.
May I continue?
Yes.
Just different statements that she had provided that turned out to be leads that we tracked down over the course of several days and several weeks.
All right. And I guess let me ask you this way, Agent Fraley. Okay, I'm sorry. Were you all ever able to locate Evelyn Boswell?
Yes, sir, we were.
All right. And was that as a result of information Well, I guess go ahead and tell me how it was that you were able to.
So on March 6th, which this is fast forwarding 17 days since I was brought in with other investigators, 18 days since.
Hio said, the CART team and this TBI team that we are so proud of here are also part of the team that helped investigate Sebastian Rogers' missing Amber Alert, in case anyone wanted to know. Thank you for sharing that. I see y'all talking about dogs. I had one of the bull mastiffs a long time ago. His name was Zeus, and he was huge. When he was 6 months old, he could stand on his hind legs and put his front paws on my shoulder. We were face to face when he was 6 months old. That was a long time ago, though.
Since the initial report on February 18th, we'd been working around the clock. And like I said, there was 40 to 50 of us working, and a phone call was received by Tommy Boswell.
He might have been a year, but he was like really young. He was like extremely young and that big already.
Tommy Boswell had called in. And March 6th, 2020 was a Friday. And we had worked, like I said, 18 days. And we had come to a point in the investigation where we had decided we need a break. We had exhausted a lot of resources, time, and we were at a place where we didn't feel we should go on at that time. We should take a break, and it was a good pause point, if you will. So on the afternoon of March 6th, again, as a Friday, the plan was the investigators to go home, reset physically and mentally. We were exhausted, and try to just get a sense of normalcy, if you will, over the weekend and come back Monday. If anything would have come up, we would have responded. But in late afternoon on the March 6th, on the Friday, Tommy Boswell called in. So we agreed, the four of us, myself, Special Agent Gratz, who's also another TBI agent, investigator Tracy Raz, who is a Sullivan County detective at the time, and investigator Michelle Gillum, who was an investigator at the time. We'd been working together for those weeks. We decided, let me back up. Mr. Boswell reported that he wasn't sure if there was a storage.
Objection is what Mr. Boswell says.
Well, Judge, I'll offer further.
I didn't see Bad Girl come in. Hey, Bad Girl. I think it was Rachel said she was playing with you.
That you received from Mr. Boswell. What did you all do next?
We went to Mr. Boswell property located on Muddy Creek to conduct a search there.
All right. And is that property located in Sullivan County?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I think it's 539
All right.
Muddy Creek Road.
All right. Agent Fraley, in the course of your investigation while you were out there, did you create a sketch or diagram of the Boswell property?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. If I could, I'm going to hand you a document, ask you if you can identify what's shown.
Excuse me. This is a hand-drawn document. It's a sketch of like an aerial view of the property there at Mr. Boswell's at 539 Muddy Creek Road, Bluntville, Tennessee.
All right. And does that diagram accurately show the layout or the placements of various sheds, outbuildings, trailers, roadways there on the property?
Yes, sir, it does.
All right. Judge, we would move to make that exhibit number 6.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Be full of it, sir.
And if we could, I'd like to publish that to the jury.
Are you gonna use the yellow thing?
Well,
My dad had pugs. He always had little pugs, and they were the funniest, cutest little things. I remember going to see him and all the pugs being there. He had like 3 or 4 of them. They were cute and adorable. Hey, Carolina. Good to see you.
If you need to, that's fine, as long as we can pick him up on.
I can see that.
Can you
from-
see it okay
yes,
from there?
sir.
I didn't know if you would be able to. All right. Are you okay from
Yes, sir. I can see that.
shooting?
And I have it in front of me as well
Okay.
on my screen.
All right. If you would kind of point out, I guess, the major landmarks that are shown there in the diagram.
Yes, sir. So this top house here is Tommy Boswell's, as it was described to us. This resident here was a mobile home that was described as his mother's. This is the shed that we had information on right there. That's like a yard barn or an outbuilding. And then here is notated as what we described and what was described as a playhouse.
I don't know what happened.
Hold on a second.
It's like it lost your speed.
Judge, it's not connecting.
You want to just stick it
I
in?
was going to say, if you'll just hand me the.
You got it ready to go. That's stale. Maybe the laptop just came back.
It did.
Did it something? There you go.
You need me to disconnect the laptop, Judge? or-
This-
I don't wanna
can-
Hip anything important. Thank you, bad girl.
Continue.
Continue, please.
All right. So yes, right here, behind that shed or yard barn, if you will, was a playhouse, and it's noted Playhouse ROE. ROE is an acronym for us for Recovery of Evidence, which was the body of Evelyn Boswell. Up in the right-hand corner is my notes are like a key to this, which indicates the date, our case number, the location, and my signature with the date, notating that I was the one that drew this sketch.
Agent Fraley, you've got the driveway shown through the middle part of that diagram there. Was there any sort of gate or anything that, as far as being able to enter or exit the property?
I recall, I think there was a gate at the bottom from Muddy Creek Road to the driveway.
All right. Okay.
I think he was using a laser thing to point at it. I couldn't really see it either. Hey, Allie X, thank you for being here. Sometimes it don't. I'm glad that you're here. Good afternoon.
We don't need it. We don't need that. Maybe I would-
I don't wanna miss
Now,
anything.
Agent Fraley, you identified an outbuilding that was there on the property. You had said that's where you went first.
That's correct.
Okay. And I guess tell us what you found or what you observed when you went to that outbuilding.
What was found there were multiple boxes of belongings of Megan Boswell that contained a variety of items specific to a young child. I recall there were clothing items, diapers, medicines, toys, those kind of things were the most common thing in those boxes.
Agent Farrell, I'm going to show you 3 photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Okay, trigger warning there. We're about to see pictures. Anders, I would assume that he made that sketch. The police, most certainly, I think it was him who made the sketch of the property and where they found the evidence and things like that. Yeah, she said Agent Bryant did. Thank you. Now, again, we're about to see pictures, I do believe, so I'm going to give y'all a trigger warning. It's going to be bad.
And so the first one is the yard barn or shed that was described and depicted in the sketch. The home there to the right was, our understanding, Tommy's mother. The second, that's the first one. The second one is the same yard barn or shed, except in this
Hey,
one
Becky.
it has a picture of the what we were describing as a playhouse behind it. And then the third and final one is a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I just described.
And those photos accurately show how that shed or outbuilding looked when you arrived there on March the 6th, 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to make those the next exhibits, which I think are 7, 8, and 9.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Could be cool with it. How do you want to display those?
Well, I'll take another
Shot?
shot at trying to use the laptop.
General, which order did you want these pictures marked?
Whatever.
I want them the way you described them. First one, the yard barn with the home. Second one's the yard barn with the playhouse behind it. Third one's the close section of the yard barn behind it.
I don't know, Gray Moon. I think so, because when I was scrolling back, I saw some pictures. Carolina said, this is such a sad and horrific case. Megan Boswell could have given Evelyn Boswell to Grandpa Tommy. She really didn't have to do what she did. She really didn't. There are so many places she could have given that child. And the child would have been just fine. Hey, Mandalorian.
May I see those? Make sure you've got the. All right, Agent Fraley, I'm got up on the screen what's been introduced as Exhibit 7. If you would tell the jury what they're looking at.
So this is the yard barn or shed that I was describing. This was the home that was described to us as Tommy Boswell's mother, and then the items there that you can see with the open door inside of the shed or yard barn.
Yeah. If y'all hear a chicken, the chickens are outside of my house right now. I don't know if y'all can hear that, but they're being loud. They just got a rooster, so the rooster's probably messing with them.
And next is Exhibit 8.
Yes, sir. Again, the yard barn with the door open, showing those items described. And this building here behind the yard barn is what I described and is notated on my sketch as the playhouse where Evelyn's body was recovered.
Next, Exhibit 9.
The kids are going outside just to make sure she's okay. But yeah, it was loud. That's funny. They all heard them.
Again, that's just a closer photograph of the yard barn or shed with those items I described placed inside there.
All right. Did you participate in, or I guess, what did you all do with the items that were that you saw located in that outbuilding there?
Those were obviously photographed and documented as what they were, processed.
All right. Did you participate in that process, or were you just?
Yeah, I think primarily the two inside there actually searching, going through the items was Special Agent David Gratz and Investigator Tracy Arras.
Was that the end of your investigation, or what you did there on the property?
No, sir, it was not.
Okay. What did you all do next?
So we continued looking and led us to look inside the playhouse.
All right.
And we searched it.
Hey, Toxic.
And what did you find, if anything, upon looking in the playhouse? There were, once the door was opened, right inside the door, as the opening of the door, was a trash can, like a tall kitchen model, common trash can, and 2 bags of trash beside of it.
Trigger warning. I love the way y'all say hey to everybody when they
I'm going to show you a number of photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
I really appreciate y'all being so welcoming to everybody that comes in. I really appreciate y'all treating everybody in the speculating family like family. I really do. I love y'all for that. Thank y'all for making our chat amazing. Again, trigger warning, we're about to see pictures.
Yes, sir. The first one I'm reviewing is a standalone picture of what I described as the playhouse that was by. Okay. The second one is a closer of the playhouse, a closer proximity with the door open. The third picture is the same thing with the door open. Third one is a closer photograph with the door open. It does depict, the third one depicts the trash can with the bags of trash, as does the second one depicting the trash can. The first one, the door was closed. The next one depicting an open door with the trash bags and the trash can. The next one, assorted items that were inside the playhouse, and they appeared at that time. They'd been there longer than the trash can and trash bags. Again, picture from outside the playhouse looking in where the trash bag or the trash can was.
A little FYI, I gave my my child the middle name Evelyn because of this case. That is really sweet. I'm glad to know that she'll live on through your child and her memory. That was a really sweet thing to do.
And it's a closer picture that depicts a black trash bag in the top portion of the trash can. The next one is a picture of an area inside the playhouse that had this assorted items there that again appeared to be there for some time with dust and cobwebs on them. Next picture is another picture from right at the doorway. Again, the trash can, the trash bags. Again, another picture of the trash can with the trash bag, or the trash bags.
Oh, content! I'm sending you hugs.
There's other items around these. I keep talking about the trash bags and the trash can because they were relevant to us because they looked like they had recently been put there. These other items had dust and cobwebs and looked like they'd been there for years undisturbed. The last photograph I have is this is my hand in the picture. It's pulling back. It's over the trash can with what appeared to be a leg and a foot of a baby or a baby doll. It appeared at the time with the fleece blanket and the purple onesie, the clothing that had been described to us by Megan Boswell.
When you made the observation that you made in the last, you described in the last photograph, did you do anything else?
I don't know if they're going to show it on this channel. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. You can tell he's getting choked up right now.
With the trash can prior to the medical examiner's office?
No, sir. At that time, we didn't. We stopped what we were doing. We'd found we'd found Evelyn. And we made phone calls. We had called the DA's office, advising them that we'd found her. We've called our chain of command, our supervisors, and the medical examiner's office, along with forensic pathology out of Johnson City, and waited till all those personnel arrived.
Okay. Agent Fraley, the photographs that you just described and identified, do they truly and accurately depict the scene as you saw?
So far they haven't shown it. Unless it happens after this, they're probably not going to, and that might be why the law and crime got pulled.
Inside the Playhouse on March the 6th of 2020.
Yes, sir, it does.
Judge, we would move to introduce those as full exhibits at this time.
No objection.
The full exhibits on anyway. 2 weeks past, I didn't get right on that. Start for 10.
Okay.
10 through 19, Judge.
Okay. Judge, if I could, I'd like to publish those to the jury.
He is really bothered right
I'm
now.
going to start with Exhibit 10.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
yeah,
Would
here we
describe
go.
what the jury's looking at.
That's a playhouse that was located behind the yard barn.
And if we're looking at it that way, the outbuilding would be where?
The outbuilding yard barn shed is, as described, would be to the left out of the picture back this way from the yard barn or from the playhouse.
And the door, as we're looking at it, that door was closed when you arrived.
Yes, sir. That's how we found it.
Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 11.
Same playhouse with the door open. And if you look inside the door right here, this white trash can is the trash can that I was describing as I was reviewing the photographs.
All as you opened the door, was anything disturbed or moved, or, I mean, did anything shift?
No, sir. Nothing fell out onto you. As you can see, there's a front porch there. It was opened.
It had been so long since that child went missing, and then it took so long for them to actually find the child. Like, she really thought she was going to get away with this. She just kept lying and thought she was going to get away with this, and nobody would find what that child said, what she did with that child.
And it is as it's seen. Obviously, trash cans kind of tilted where it is there, and the other items throughout the playhouse.
It was a
So the only
month or two, Anders, I do believe.
Difference between the prior photograph we looked at and this one is that you all have opened the door so that you could see inside. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 12.
Same, obviously, playhouse, just from a different angle. You can see the trash can there on the left, and those two. You can see the main portion of one bag and partial portion. Excuse me, of a second trash bag, two white trash bags there. Obviously, other items, the blue tote, the brown piece of furniture, and other items there.
Now we're looking at Exhibit 13.
Yeah, again, there at the playhouse, just a closer angle or closer photograph right inside the door.
You mentioned earlier that it looked like or appeared to you that some of the items had been there for quite a while, and that some of them did not.
Yes, sir.
Is there anything in that photograph that indicates that to you or that you could see?
Yes, sir. So the trash can and the two bags appeared to me that they had been placed there recently. The other items, like I said, the blue tote, those other things, these right here, that cardboard box, these items back here on the shelf, they just look dated and like they'd been undisturbed for quite some time because, again, they had dust and cobwebs located throughout the playhouse, except for that portion right there, right at the front door.
Now I'll show you Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
What are we looking at there?
Same thing. That's right inside the playhouse to the right. If you just stuck your head into the playhouse from the doorway, this would be to the right. And again, these items you can see specific.
Gray Moon, thank you. She said the Amber Alert was issued on February 26th, and she was last seen on December 26th. Took 2 months to report the baby missing. Thank you. I don't know what the hell is wrong with people like this.
Specifically on this bag here, well, a lot of these things, it's just dust covered, indicating to me that it had been there a while.
Agent Fairley, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner of the photograph, is that the door frame right
This
there?
is the right-hand door frame with the clasp for a lock. So yeah, again, like I said, if you were standing outside, just peering inside, that's kind of the angle or the view that's depicted in this photograph.
All right. Now showing you Exhibit 15.
Yes. The trash can again, this is taken from outside the doorway. This is me here. So the photograph depicts me, and then inside here, and the trash can with the black trash bag unraveled at that point.
Had the trash bag been pulled up out of the trash can, or was that
Just kind of like the top was opened.
All right.
The trash bag remained in the trash can, but the top was opened.
Now showing you Exhibit 16.
Again, looking inside, it was a very small playhouse. I don't recall the dimensions, but maybe 10 by 10, 12 by 12, small floor plan with that. And then those were steps leading up to like a little loft inside that playhouse. Again,
This is
Another-
exhibit 17.
Yes,
Sorry,
sir.
Go ahead.
Again, just another photograph of the trash can and the two bags. There's a keyboard there, piece of furniture. Again, the blue tote. Just multiple pictures of kind of like the same thing, same angle, same point of view. Just multiple pictures of that. Again, the trash can again.
This is exhibit
Hey, Michelle.
18. for
Yes,
the
sir.
record. Sorry.
Again, the trash can with the black trash bag inside the trash can, blue tote, other items there inside the playhouse.
Agent Fraley, there appears to be something on the inside of the white trash can. Were you able to?
Right there. Right there.
Okay. What is that we're seeing or looking at?
I can't see clearly what that is. I don't know if there's another
Okay.
piece of trash bag. Or,
Okay. And exhibit 19.
Again, after this was that black trash bag portion had been pulled away, this was the next layer down inside the trash can, which contained Evelyn Boswell's body, clothed in a pink fleece onesie with penguins and a
Oh my God.
gray and white fleece
God.
blanket.
All right.
What the portion of the body that you see there is her leg.
Okay. Did you in any way disturb or move or do anything with the contents of the trash can?
No, is the glove in the top portion of that is my
Hey,
hand,
R&B.
pulling that back to confirm and take a photograph. That was the only thing we disturbed,
Okay.
if you will,
All right.
to take the photograph. And then at that point we stopped and then made the appropriate phone calls to the medical examiner, forensic pathologist, our chain of command, and the DA's office.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what happened after you made those phone calls as far as the investigation was concerned?
So after that, like I said, all these people arrive, and our concern is to process the evidence. We did so at the direction of the forensic pathologist. And so what decision was made was on that front porch of that playhouse, which was just right outside the doorway, was to place a body bag there on the front porch. Open, they unzip and they open. So we placed a body bag there, and I brought the trash can out, and we started removing the contents of the trash can onto the body bag that was opened.
All right. And did you participate in that process with folks from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir. It was Laura Park.
So because they had to preserve evidence, I'm assuming she's still going to be taken in the body bag with the trash because they're trying to preserve the evidence that's in the trash can. Like, I'm wondering if they were able to put her in a separate body bag and she was finally able to get away from that trash her mama discarded her with. Y'all call me crazy, but I mean, that just really bothers me. I don't know. It makes it worse for me to know that this child is sitting there with a bunch of rotten food and shit. I can't.
Parsons, who works with the forensic pathology, and Dr. Matrina Schmidt, who is the forensic pathologist there.
And so you actually helped them and assisted them in removing the body.
I'll never understand what can make a mother be able to do anything like this or that. Hey, Walker, DM Walker, it's good to see you.
From the trash can.
Yes, sir. Like I said, the body bag was there, and I removed the contents and the body of Evelyn Boswell onto the body bag where we could start processing what was inside the trash can. which additional evidence was in addition to the body of Evelyn.
And was this whole entire process photographed?
Yes, sir, it was.
You asked him for help. Let him help you. I saw him side-eyeing the shit out of her. He's pissed. You could tell how emotional he got when he's talking about it. I bet if he could, he'd put his hands right on her right now. He is angry. He is upset, and justifiably, might I add. Yeah, she's crying. Bullshit. Alligator tears. I hope he stares her down the whole fucking time. Anders said, Abellis, I wish they
Agent
would
Fraley,
do
I'm going to hand you.
psychological evaluations on these mothers to try to find out what is wrong with them. I wish they would too. He is looking through her, and I'm here for it. And he does want to end her, Michelle, and I am here for it.
Some photographs and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
Again, y'all, another graphic. Trigger warning.
The first one is, as I just described, the body bag that's unzipped and placed on the front porch on top of paper. I think it was butcher paper we rolled out, but the first one is me removing the contents of the trash can, which included Evelyn's body. That's my arm in the top portion of that photograph. The second one continues that bag and the contents, Evelyn's body, being removed onto the body bag. The third one, the bag is out of the trash can at that point, and placed onto the body bag. The same contents, different angle, but it now has a evidence marker number 4 beside that. The trash bag and contents. Your Honor, if I need to slow down, I will. The next picture is the trash bag with me pulling back the trash bag, showing what's inside. That depicts a gray and white fleece blanket, and you can see where my hand is. It's a gloved hand. There's some aluminum foil there, evidence marker number 4. Again, a wide angle of the same thing once the trash bag has been removed. It's my hand there in the picture. It shows the body of Evelyn Boswell that's underneath these layers of items. That includes aluminum foil and the gray and white fleece blanket. You can also see some portion of the clothing. Evelyn was wearing the pink onesie fleece with the penguins.
I would prefer craft paper myself, dainty.
The next photograph is an opening of the trash bag that Evelyn was inside of, that shows different items in the bottom of that trash bag, eggshells, fluids of human decomposition, and other items. That's my hand in the top, my foot in the top portion of that photograph. The next photograph is again the same trash bag with the contents that I just described, with the body of Evelyn to the right of that. That's going to be her head and upper portion of her body that's wrapped in this aluminum foil. The next photograph is just the body, again in the same state, with the aluminum foil, the blanket, the onesie. However, in this one with some body fluids that have come out onto the body bag, but there are also some pupa, that is insects, basically in between a larvae stage and an adult stage that were inside the bag as well. That's common with human decomposition. Next picture, same description, same things with that evidence marker number 4. Next picture, different.
Yes, she wrapped that poor child's head in aluminum foil, and from what I've heard, the child was still alive when she did it. I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll find out here shortly, but that's what I've heard.
Different angle, same description, the body of Evelyn, the aluminum foil.
Okay, Michelle.
The purple onesie with penguins clothing, evidence marker with the insects there. The next picture, we start removing the layers at the direction of the forensic pathologist, the doctor. And this next picture is us removing the aluminum.
Bazzer said, I'm guessing the killer mom, Megan, was trying to somehow make sure the smell was not so obvious with the tinfoil and the other crap wrapped around her. That's what I thought too. I thought that maybe she wrapped her in aluminum foil in hopes that like cadaver dogs wouldn't find her. But then I heard in opening statements that it was just around her head. So that doesn't even make sense. So I don't know. I don't know what to think about that. I'm sure we'll find out something later, but I'm curious as to that aspect of it as well.
Foil that was wrapped tightly around the head of Evelyn. And this is shows my hands and Laura Parsons' hands, who works there at the forensic pathologist office. Next picture, same thing. We're continuing to remove the aluminum foil from her head. So this is the first picture that shows the head of Evelyn and her upper torso, and her head is in a backward position.
Heo said the medical examiner that testified in September 23 at prelim stated Evelyn had been alive, wrapped tightly in a fleece blanket and shoved upside down into the trash can. Thank you for that. That's what I had thought. But then in opening statements, the defense said, well, we don't know that she wasn't rolled over on and died that way, or the sudden child death syndrome. I was like, wait a minute. We knew she was alive when she was put in the trash can. So how did that happen? So that's interesting that they stated those possibilities, knowing that she was alive when she was put in the trash can. I'm wondering what they're going to say about that.
Situated abnormally, where the body had been shoved, that we believe down into the bottom of the trash can. Next picture is same picture, body of Evelyn with the aluminum foil removed, showing advanced decomposition, some body fluids there lying on the body bag.
Yep.
The next picture is a same picture, the body of Evelyn wrapped in this this fleece blanket with the purple onesie, just a different angle on the body bag. Next picture, same thing, a different angle. And then the next picture is where, again, is describing how we're processing this, is removing it a layer at a time. So This is a picture depicting the first part of removing the fleece blanket from Evelyn's body. And then the next picture, it's a black and white photograph with the
I don't know why Court TV put this bar up, but I'm sure they might be trying to block the pictures.
fleece blanket removed and just showing the body of Evelyn. Advanced decomposition. Again, the pupa there, which was numerous of the insect activity. And then a color photograph, the last photograph, same picture of Evelyn's body in the pink fleece onesie there on the body bag with.
So it's going to be okay because it says the court TV will not show graphic images. And again, if I had to assume, that's probably why Law and Crime got taken down when we were watching. So we're not going to see all of this. We just saw her leg, from what I'm understanding.
With human bodily fluids around her head area.
Agent Fraley, the photos that you just described, are they a true and accurate depiction of the process that you all went through?
Yes, sir.
That night in removing Evelyn's body from the trash can?
Yes, sir. In the different stages of removing layers.
Judge, we would move to make those full exhibits this time.
No objection.
Yeah, I think they're going to block them, which I don't want to see
20.
that anyway, to be honest with you. I'm glad the jury is so they can put this monster where she needs to be, but I don't need to see him. And again, I do think that's why Law and Crime got taken down. I think they got a strike because they showed the
Yes.
images.
Well, yes. Yes.
I think they blocked it too.
And Judge, I would ask at this time to publish those to the jury. I'll start with Exhibit 20. Agent Fraley, if you would describe for the jurors what they're seeing in this photograph.
So this is after we removed the trash can from inside the playhouse. Like I said, this is my arm.
Trigger warning.
And it's the first stage of removing the contents
Thanks,
of
Jamie.
that trash can that included the body of Evelyn. Next picture
Now
is
looking at 21.
okay. This next picture is again the continuing process where the bag is almost removed from the trash can that contained the same items. That's my hand there, and the top portion of that, Laura Parsons' hand here, who's from the forensic pathologist department.
Okay, we've heard him describe the pictures, so
Now
We'll
Exhibit
skip this part.
22.
Again, the head was wrapped in this aluminum foil.
And just so we're clear for the record, when you're describing the head, that's, as we're looking at the photograph, that's on the left side.
Yes, sir, on the left. If you can see that pointer, that's where that's at, but facing that that photograph, the head's on the left-hand side, the feet on the right-hand side.
I don't need to see him either.
Reconnect the judge.
It has, but it's just got your blue screen. It's not doing anything.
Oh, I didn't.
You left off, man, it's a little better. I don't know if it's plugged in.
Right, Cara? Wrapped in aluminum foil, but died of SIDS. Okay. I don't want to miss anything important.
I'm just going to use the elbow, Judge.
See, yeah, push it all the way. Push it all the way. This is 26.
This is 25, Judge. Okay. I believe we got disconnected. Agent Fraley, you were describing, looking at the photograph. Evelyn's head is to the left where the foil is that correct?
That's correct. Looking as we're seeing it, the left here, this foil is her head, and down near the item marker number 4 is her feet.
She might have been trying to silence her. That's a good thought. I mean, it's a possible speculation. I mean, that would make sense.
And exhibit 26.
Yes, sir. My hand here. Another set of hands, Laura Parsons here. It's looking down into the trash bag that that Evelyn's body was pushed down into, and like I said, there is just assorted trash, eggshells, human decomposition fluids, and then on the right hand portion in the lower section here is that aluminum foil and the blanket with the body of Evelyn right there.
And that's right after you all had removed the body from the trash bag.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 27.
Again, a similar depiction of the last photograph, just it's a wider angle that's kind of showing the aluminum foil that's full, kind of formed around her head with the rest of her body there down to probably about her upper torso.
Okay, I'm going to skip this part again.
Again, here talked about the aluminum foil head again, the rest of the body. Right here's what I'm describing, formed around her head with the.
Now looking at exhibit 29.
Again, just a different angle of Evelyn's body.
Right, Cara?
That's underneath these layers of aluminum foil, fleece blanket, down to her clothing, the purple fleece onesie with the penguins. And
At this point in time, you all have not removed any of the items from the body. Is that correct?
no, sir. No. Again, what we tried to do at the direction the medical examiner and forensic pathologist was remove these in layers. As you see, that's each picture's best we could do is a layer, taking it through the trash can to the trash bag to the aluminum foil to the fleece blanket down to the purple onesie.
Now looking at Exhibit 30.
Again, this is kind of just stepping overhead, looking down. Same photograph, Evelyn's body with the foil and the fleece blanket and the evidence marker number 4.
Now Exhibit 31.
That's the first. Again, as I've described, taking this by layers. So this is us removing the aluminum foil from Evelyn's head.
And if you would, describe for the jury the processing. Was this a difficult process? Was it easy? How was the foil attached?
The foil was attached. It was compressed. It never occurred to me that when the body of Evelyn was placed or forced or shoved into this trash can, that this was a piece of foil that was just kind of put on there. This appeared to me to be formed around her head with the contours of the face, the eye sockets, how they're concave. This was formed. It wasn't just happened to be there and the body of Evelyn placed there and it just happened to meet up. It was formed.
So did it take you all a while to remove the foil from the body?
Not long, no. Like I said, once we got there, Laura Parsons and I separated the layers, as you can see depicting in these photographs. And that's as far as we went. Once we got I think the next one will be the fleece blanket. But once we got to the body of Evelyn and her clothing, which was this purple fleece onesie with penguins on it, we stopped, and I'll continue at that point.
All right, I'm going to show you Exhibit 32.
Right. Again, this is just the next step, continuing to removing that foil from Evelyn's head.
Okay. And at this point, it looks like
I don't know if she was trying to disguise her, or trying to keep cadaver dogs from picking up on the scent. Granny said, reminds me of Triple T. Hey, Sleepless in South Africa. Okay. Hey, Tony. It's horrible.
like you all have essentially removed all the foil.
Yeah, yes,
around her
sir.
head.
Yeah, it's off of the head and being pulled away by Laura Parsons.
Now I'm going to show you 33.
Okay, now this is a photograph of where we're at with the processing with the aluminum foil removed from her head. So this is her body with the next layer, which would have been that gray and white fleece blanket. Again, what I described earlier, this here appeared to us to be this fluid here was just bodily fluids of human, consistent with human decomposition.
Okay, Jackie.
It's somewhat kind of tough to tell because the way it's spaced there, but is the blanket up there, is that around the head as well?
So the head is here. This is her right arm. She would be facing to the top portion of this picture, but her head was in a manner that it was backwards. It wasn't normal as I'm sitting here or you're sitting here. It was backwards, and that's hard to depict here. But her body in this photograph is facing to the top of the photograph with her head tilted backwards toward the bottom of the photograph. That's her right hand right there. That dark portion out of that fleece, that purple fleece onesie, and the color is very dark because of the advanced stages of human decomposition.
I'll never understand.
Now showing you Exhibit 34.
So again, this is the same stage in that, where this is on the other side of the body, this being the head.
Just so you know, this is not Madeline Soto's case. We're doing Evelyn Boswell today, but Jen Soto should be ashamed of herself, in my humble opinion.
This being the hand I just described, the pink purple
GDP.
onesie with penguins, and the gray and white fleece blanket.
All right.
Yep.
And again, from this angle, are we looking at the blanket there pulled up around the head?
Yes, sir. It's covering like it had been pulled up and over the head.
Exactly.
So that is the head on the right-hand side of this photograph, with the feet on the left-hand side of this photograph.
Now showing you Exhibit 35.
This is, again, same Evelyn's head on the left this time. Her body facing to the top of this photograph and starting to remove the gray and white fleece blanket from her body. This is her leg down here. That's like the foot in a onesie that has those treads, so they have traction when they walk. So that's going to be her right foot and right leg on that.
I'll never understand either. Like Mandy said, why not put them up for adoption or something?
Now showing you Exhibit 36.
Again, that's the next picture of the removal from the of the fleece blanket, the gray and white fleece blanket with her body there. And you see, again, it's going to be her right arm there and her right hand right there.
Now showing you Exhibit 37.
Yes, sir. This is a black and white photo, obviously. Her facing the top of the photograph. This is her right hand. Again, even though it's black and white, it's the consistent with the pictures you saw on the purple fleece.
She evidently she was crying. Who here knows the middle name of Madeline Soto without Googling? Was it Nicole? I could be wrong. I'm not sure. I don't know what her middle name is. I was thinking Nicole. She's pretending to cry. She ain't got no damn feelings for that child.
This onesie with the penguins, and this is her head to the right side of this picture.
As we're looking at that onesie, had it been disturbed, or does that show the onesie as you all?
That's as we finally removed the fleece blanket. That's the next layer as we found it.
Okay, so the onesie was open.
Yes.
That's really interesting. That's one of my daughter's middle names, Sophia. That's interesting. Yeah, that's one of my daughter's middle names. Cara said, what's even worse is Tennessee is a freaking safe haven state, meaning she could have surrendered Evelyn with no questions. And then just added to my fury. Yeah. Yep. There's so much she could have done instead of this. Oh, no, don't feel like a bad advocate, Abellis. We weren't given her middle name that I know of.
Now I'm going to show you exhibit number 38.
Again, this is the body of Evelyn. That's her head. There's her legs and feet. There's her right hand there on that body bag.
we can, I'd like to go back. I'm going to show you Exhibit 37 again.
Okay.
I don't know if it's
The black and white
yeah, it's
photograph.
black and white photograph. Which is, as we're looking at the photograph, where is Evelyn's face? Is where
So this is her head on the right-hand side of this photograph. Her body is facing to the top of the photograph, so her face would be right in here on the back side of, kind of looking at the back of her head. Again, it's advanced decomposition.
I was wondering if you could safely surrender at that age. I think it's any age, but there was something she could do for that child regardless.
and did the fact that there was advanced decomposition, did that affect your all's ability to be able to, or how you were able to process the scene there?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, in conference and at the direction of the medical examiner, and the team from forensic center there. Once we got to this last picture of where we were at, the call was made, hey, we're going to stop here. We'll seal her body in the body bag, transport her to the forensic center for an autopsy at that point. And we continued processing the scene there for collecting the items. And we took those items to the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, just where we had better lighting, better.
She is being so dramatic right now. You didn't care. You did that shit. Stop.
Better environment to log and process evidence items that were also discovered.
No tears at all. She's looking over at the jury to see if they're looking at her. I want to smack her. I wish I could reach through this screen right now. She is looking at the jury to see if they're looking at her. She's not even crying. She's just making the noises, trying to be dramatic. I'm done. I'm done with this bitch. She's making me lose my religion. I got to stop it.
You're going to go from one set of photos to another set of photos?
Yes.
Just leave that thing.
Okay.
Because when you put it down, it electronically disconnects from the system. There's like, there's a big delay.
Agent Fairley, you described the process of, I guess, taking the other items, the trash bags that you recovered from there, removing them from the scene and then taking them to the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a series, so I believe it's 6 photographs, and ask you if you can identify what's shown in those.
This first photograph is a picture looking over the top of the trash can, looking down in it. And the
I'm sorry if I highlighted something I shouldn't have. I apologize.
bottom of that, the most notable item is a Martha White chocolate chip wrapper with other items.
Was that the trash can the body was found in?
Yes, sir, it was.
Right, Angela?
The next one is a photograph of the trash can with Evelyn still in it at this time. This was an earlier photograph taken prior to the removal of Evelyn in the trash can. What's important and noted here is a piece of chewing gum that is attached to the inside wall of the trash can. The next photograph is after I removed the trash can and the trash bags from inside the playhouse and just set them out on the porch of the playhouse prior to going through the pictures we just looked at, processing the removal of the layers leading to the body of.
I'm leaving this here so we understand what they're pictures of, but I don't think we need to see them. I have no issue not seeing them.
Evelyn. Just another picture, trash can.
We need
Evelyn
a group
still
hug.
remains in there. You also see the chewing gum on the inside wall of trash can there, and the other bags of trash. This next one is the 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse with the trash can. Another angle of those 2 bags of trash that was removed from the playhouse there on the front porch of the playhouse.
So were there any other items besides those 2 bags of trash and the trash can that were taken out of the playhouse?
Not that I recall. It was all the trash bags and what remaining contents of the trash can.
Okay. The 6 photos that you just described and identified, do they true and accurately depict those items as you found them on
Yes,
March
sir.
the 6th, 2020?
Yes, sir, they do.
Judge, we would move to introduce those, I believe it's exhibits 39 through 44.
Go, Judge. Equal exhibits 39.
Hey, Veronica, it's good to see you, love. You're not late. You got here right when you were supposed to be here.
Not asked to publish those to the jury at this time, Judge. Agent Fraley, we're going to start with exhibit 30.
I apologize, and I didn't see your comment. No, she's not looking at the death penalty. She's looking at life without the possibility of parole. I don't think. I think they said they took the death penalty off the table.
39.
Yes, sir. Again, the top
I'll Google it in just a second.
view looking down into the trash can. And like I said, the most notable thing that's descriptive is a Martha White chocolate chip cookie bag.
Anything else in the trash can besides that on the bottom? Is that
I mean, there's
is that what was found when you removed the trash bag?
yeah. So once we remove the body of the trash bag that contained the body, this was in the bottom of that.
Now showing you exhibit 40.
Yes, again, a top view again of the trash can that shows the fleece blanket and chewing gum there on the inside wall of the trash can.
And if you would just kind of point out or
No, I'm
use
sorry,
the laser
yeah.
pointer to show what.
Yeah, so this right here, it's a piece of chewing gum that was removed, collected as evidence, and sent to our crime lab.
You need
And
to take
again,
that
there's
trash
that
off.
fleece blanket that we've been going through earlier.
All right. So that was taken before the body was removed from the.
Yes, sir.
Now showing you exhibit 41.
Again, this was prior to processing. This was just simply removing those items. That includes the trash can and these 2 trash bags from inside the playhouse. That's prior to laying out the body bag and removing the trash bag with Evelyn's body onto this front porch. But this is where all of that was processed in the field prior to transporting Evelyn to the Forensic Center for autopsy, and prior to collecting, processing, bagging, and packaging the other items to go to our TBI lab for analysis. Again, same
Exhibit 42.
yes, sir. Same picture or same items, just different angle. 2 trash bags, trash can.
And again, that was taken before you all had.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 43.
Just
I apologize if y'all heard me talking to my daughter a second ago. I think I am 37. I don't keep track. I should. He said capital punishment has existed intermittently in Tennessee since becoming a state in 1796. But I do believe the death penalty, she's not looking at like the electric chair or something, or basically the death penalty. Abellis, thank you so much for being so supportive and gifting 20 memberships. My goodness, how very sweet of you. Wow, thank you so very much. I have to pull up my live to see who got those memberships. I'll come pick y'all up if y'all were gifted a membership. Please tell Abellis thank you, and I'll grab the crazy train and come pick y'all up real quick. I'm going off the rails on a crazy train. Thank you so much. That was so very sweet of you. They went to Mo & Co, Lisa, Supplies Plus, It's Me, Calamity, I like that, Barbie D, Lindsay, Triscally, Sabrina, T Please, Kelly B, Place to Be, Bryn, Roni Roo, Cherry Berry, Callie Marie, Lollipop, Trolley Hop, I like that too, Sandra, Rita, D Mabo, and Fugitive Recovery Agent MGA. That was so sweet. Thank you. Thank you for being so supportive. I really appreciate that. You guys are awesome and so sweet.
Just the 2 trash bags with the trash can out of the view of this particular photograph.
And finally, Exhibit 44.
Again, just a different angle of those 2 trash bags without the trash can in that photograph. And both of those were, like I said, were on the front porch of the playhouse.
Okay. And those 2 trash bags, you all, when I say you all, I mean law enforcement took them and inventoried what was in there.
Yes, sir.
Later on, is that correct?
Yes, and any evidence that was collected that we believe to be probative was sent to our lab for examination.
Agent Fraley, I know you did and you've described a number of different things that you did in the course of this investigation. Did you personally interview Ms. Boswell during this whole process?
Yes, sir, I did.
And in the course of your interviews with her, at some point in time, did she make a statement to you in which she finally admitted that Evelyn, in fact, was not missing, but was in fact dead?
Yes, sir. On February 25th, at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Department, Sullivan County Sheriff's Detective Jonathan Lecklauder and I interviewed Megan.
Okay. And at that time, she told you all that, in fact, Megan was deceased. Is that
Yes,
right?
she,
Okay.
that among other things as well.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
During that interview, did she describe or give any description of the clothing that Evelyn was wearing?
She did. Described a purple fleece onesie with penguins on it that she was clothed in.
Okay. Did she describe anything else that was with the body or with Evelyn?
Yes, she had stated she had wrapped her in a dark fleece blanket.
And how did you, I know we've seen pictures, but how did you find Evelyn? What was she wearing and what was
Those
she wrapped in?
exactly what Megan had described to us for the clothing and the blanket.
All right. Thank you, Agent Fraley. If you
Yes,
would
sir.
answer any questions, Mr. Scott or Mr. Boswell.
Jury's lunch is here, so we're going to break. We'll be back about 1:15. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you go with the court officer.
Let's stand, please.
Anders, she did that TV interview because at that time she still thought that she was off the hook and that she wasn't going to get caught for what she had done. She was still lying her butt off. Now, y'all see they're about to go to lunch, right? So we're going to skip all that and just be where they are after they come back from lunch, because that's why I started an hour and a half after. So we can skip the lunch break because, like, I don't know what I could talk about for an hour. I don't know how long. Maybe we might be caught up. Oh, yep. We'll be 15 minutes behind.
Now, I've also got information. that the witness-
Actually, about so
And
by doing that, by starting an hour and a half late, now after lunch, we're only 10 minutes behind. So that's why I do that.
asked that prior to me cross-examining or asking Mr. Fraley about any statements that Ms. Boswell made to him, that I bring that up outside of the presence of the jury. Since then, it's my position, unless I misheard something, I think Mr. Harper questioned him about statements that Ms. Boswell had made to him. And I think that opens the door for me to be able to cross-examine him about the statements that were made. As a doctrine of completeness, you can put in part of a statement, the whole statement.
Judge, I didn't listen to anything about what she said.
You asked, if in a statement to him, she ultimately admitted that the child.
Okay. But I mean, for him to listen, I mean, it's self-serving hearsay. I mean, it's,
Well, I had to see the statement.
well, there's no written statement.
Once
There's
they
no written statement.
it's recorded, it's 2 hours long, thereabouts. But once they ask, I think I'm entitled to ask about the entirety of the statement. I think that's.
I don't understand how they can do these things either. I don't like, especially, you know, I was young when I got pregnant. I was 18. I had her at 3 months before, or I think I was still, no, it was 3 months before I turned 20. So I was 19 when I had her. And it didn't seem real, but then I felt her move inside my belly, and that made it, I mean, it changed everything. And that's the way it is. Like, it doesn't quite seem real until you feel your child move. And from that moment on, I mean, it's just unequivocal love. And I don't understand how these parents can do these things. Like, and it's really hard for me, because me personally, if I saw any child anywhere that was being harmed or hurt or mistreated, I would do something about it. I would say something. I would call somebody. I would do something. Like, it doesn't matter. That's a child. So it makes it harder for me, but especially your own blood.
I think that's the law. It's called, in Ford's well,
Right,
doctrine
Cara.
of completeness. The case law is complete with it.
Judge, it's hearsay. I mean, just it's flat out hearsay for him to try to put that in.
It's-
Wanted to see what they didn't want the jury to hear. As y'all can tell, I'm super anxiety ridden. I wrote my babies love letters and put them in their baby bags in case I died during childbirth, because I love them so much and I wanted them to know it. That is so sweet. That's scary. I'm sorry you were so scared, but that is sweet too. And they kept them until they were grown. My goodness. That is so sweet. Oh, Granny said I gave birth to 2 twin girls 2 months after the age of 19. Yikes. Gave them a good life despite an abusive daddy. Right. And it happens. Right. But like, then you have these disgusting excuses for human beings. So let's see. Right now they're just writing, doing paperwork. Right here is where he comes back. Janet said, I was also a mother 4 months before I turned 20, and we loved our baby, who is 45 years old today, and he has 2 siblings, ages 39 and 33, and I would never have harmed my babies ever. Right. crazy. Yeah, I see stuff like that too, and it will be the siblings, but I'll be watching them like a hawk too. Jeannie said when law enforcement was on to her, they wanted her to take a lie detector test, and she said she couldn't because she was pregnant. Yeah, I remember that press conference. They said we have I don't remember the number, but I'll say 25 pregnant inmates before she came to jail, and now after she came to jail, we have 25 pregnant inmates. Like they can't say that she's not pregnant, but I don't know how much more clear you can get. Before she was there was 25. After she was there was 25. Like she is a pathological liar. It's a trip when you look at your stomach and they kick and you can see their foot, and you can see their little footprint in your stomach. Like it is the sweetest thing. I don't know how you could ever want to hurt that. Oh, that's so sad. I hope he was okay. Yeah, hopefully not like a Hulk, like Jen said. Allie said, we have conscience. We have a conscience. Psychopaths do not. And that's the difference. I thought he was testifying. Hold on just a minute. So I guess we are like literally caught up.
So that's what I'm asking.
Hold on, I'll back it up. All right, he's going to ask something. We're only 2 minutes behind right now. See, isn't it nice to just skip the lunch break? Waiting on the surgeon to come in, the Surgeon General? Jim was watching her like a hawk that flew into a plane prop once or twice, no doubt. All right, come on, Mr. Man. Oh, no. Oh, Cora. Oh, goodness, Jenny. I'm glad he's okay.
So, under a 106 evaluation, what, I guess my question is, I don't know what the rest of the thing says.
Well, that's exactly my point, Judge. There's nothing misleading about what I asked. I didn't ask anything about what Miss Boswell said. I didn't elicit any testimony whatsoever about a statement that she made. All I asked was whether or not she admitted that she was dead. There's nothing misleading about that, and nothing about what he's going to ask as far as that. All it does is further their theory. It doesn't in any way clear up any misconception or misleading information that I may have presented from that.
According to this Torres case, in 2002, in the defendant's murder trial, the court erred in denying the admission of the videotape of defendant's statements. However, the error was harmless because the evidence of defendant's guilt was overwhelming, and nothing on the videotape remotely implied that the defendant was innocent of the crime. So, not knowing, I don't know what's on this tape. I haven't seen it. A hearing right. So that's what I'm asking.
Okay, good, Jenny.
My understanding of that doctrine, it doesn't, I don't have to show that there's something misleading. I don't
That's
have-
absolutely, he does. I mean, it's right out of the, right out of
Can I
the.
finish? I'll listen to you. I mean, no disrespect to anyone here. I'm not trying to upset anyone. But in Torres, there was an issue about that. There are other cases besides Torres. That's the first one I pulled up. There's a State versus Brewer it's the same thing. It's an issue of fundamental fairness. They ask about the statement, then they say, I can't ask about the parts I want to ask about. And if we need to take a minute, I've asked the court for a minute so we can print a couple of those cases and make sure I want to do this right. I know you want to do it right.
Oh, Granny, I'm sorry that they went through that. That wasn't their fault. That was the person who was giving them cookies and candy.
Yeah. You got the cases on that.
Judge, I think there's a good explanation in the uncovered case of State versus Dylan Brewer. That could be found in 2019 Westlaw 1109917. I forwarded that to your assistant and asked her if she would print it. I have not. And I've given that citation to the state as well.
And Judge, I would go back to the part, the rule requires that a writing or recorded statement or part thereof be introduced by a party.
And there's usually, but they've got the jury out of the room, so I guess that's why they're doing it openly.
Not introduce any part of her statement. I've asked Detective Fraley if she ultimately admitted that her child was dead. I didn't ask what she said. I didn't ask how she did, if she did it, if she admitted she did it, if she said she didn't do it.
What you asked was if she made that statement to you, in which she get. I mean, I have her go back. If that's what you want me to do, I mean.
I would further point the court that the footnotes to the rule of completeness 106 clearly talks. Mr. Scott said it didn't, but it clearly says rule providing that when a writing or written recorded statement or part thereof is introduced by a party, an adverse party may require the introduction at that time of any other part or any other writing which ought in fairness to be considered contemporaneously with it, provides an adverse party a mechanism for putting portions of the writing into context.
Oh my goodness.
If the portions would otherwise be misleading. There's nothing misleading about what I asked Agent Fraley. He's not trying to clarify anything.
I'm sorry, Granny.
Unless he's in some way trying to insinuate that the child wasn't dead.
Well, we're gonna take a minute. I'm gonna look at whatever cases.
Yes, Judge, they're having a hard time going through it. We can have a minute. I'll collect and send them back. I just may need time to do it.
Okay. Well, while we're caught up on that, I want to show y'all something that Hio found for us yesterday that I was going to do a video on later, but we'll go ahead and talk about it now. Let me get this pulled up on my phone so I can see when they come back to court. Okay, and then I will pull up this thing about the Naziah Harris case. I've got it turned up so I'll hear it when they come back. I found this thing. Actually, Hio showed it to me, but I wanted to show y'all. It's going to make you even more mad. I was going to make a short video on it, but it's not my stuff. It's other people's videos I would have to piece together. So, we might as well just talk about it. Let me see if I can pull up my history. If not, I'll pull it up a different way. Let's go here. Yep. I watched it last night. Hold on. Okay. I'm watching the court TV trial. Now, I'm going to bring up some things that we've been watching in the Neziah Harris case, and I can pull them if we need to, if we have time. But I do want y'all to listen to this. This is from the news station there in that area.
Right now, Jarvis Butts is awaiting trial for the murder and sexual.
I'm going to pause it and back it up and give it a second to load.
Now, Jarvis Butts is awaiting trial for the murder and sexual abuse of Neziah Harris.
After listening to days of testimony last month, a judge called Butts a monster and said that opportunities to protect the 13-year-old girl were missed. Tonight, the 7 investigators are revealing years of warnings that preceded Butts' alleged crimes.
Warnings that family members
I'm going to get mad. I'm just letting y'all know.
say were made to Children's Protective Services that could have saved Neziah's life. Here's what 7 investigator Ross Jones has uncovered.
You look at that face and you do not see the horrors that she had gone through in her short life. The exploitation, the molestations, the sexual abuse, and the pregnancy that she was concealing.
Years before Jarvis Butts would be charged by Wayne County's prosecutor, accused of killing and sexually abusing 13-year-old Neziah Harris, Harris's own relatives say they saw the warning signs.
Now, y'all saw how skinny that child was. And then you see her in that video we watched. Yeah, he's called Butts. Jarvis Butts is his name. Hey, Jenny Jen, good to see you. Y'all saw how little and skinny her frame was, and then saw how big she was in that video. She was pregnant.
And told anyone who would listen.
So that at that point, I was like, this is too much. I'm calling CPS.
I tried not just once, but multiple times for them to take me serious in what I was saying.
Kiwana Morton and her cousin Jernell are both relatives of Neziah Harris. In February of 2022, Jernell says she learned of allegations of improper touching involving Butts and other small children. She says she was told about the claims while talking to her niece, Jarvis Butts' girlfriend, and that the alleged victims were Neziah Harris and 2 other children.
I was just like, oh my God, I was not crazy.
She learned about the abuse by talking to her niece, Jarvis Butts' girlfriend. Shannon? You mean Shannon, the aunt who didn't know anything? The aunt who, per the phone call that may or may not be true that we heard from Ratchet King, supposedly was so jealous of Neziah she beat her in the head. And then we saw the hoodie evidence about in court and the judge saying that it appears that she was hit in the head. That aunt knew. She knew so much that she told relatives. I'll pull it up, Dainty Dane, if we have time. They're still not back yet, so if we have time, I'll pull it up.
This needs to be looked into.
She says she took the claim seriously in part because Butts was on the sex offender registry, having spent more than 8 years in prison for third-degree criminal sexual conduct. She didn't alert authorities at first because she believed her niece would notify police. But weeks later,
she believed Shannon would notify police. Purple dress Shannon, yes. That one.
Jernell did notify Child Protective Services. Her complaint came in on April 13th, 2022. There was an incident at a birthday party. The complaint reads, one of the children, Zaya, and name withheld, reported that Jarvis touched both of them inappropriately as well. Jarvis touched name withheld in her private area, and it hurt. Jernell made the complaint over the phone.
They basically told me if they needed me for anything else, they would reach out.
The next day, Jernell would receive a text from her niece, Butt's girlfriend, confirming that CPS had contacted her. CPS called me, the text reads. They called about the well-being of my kids. Then they called back to get Jarvis info. A CPS spokeswoman would not tell 7 News Detroit if investigators ever questioned Neziah Harris after receiving the complaint. But we do know it wasn't the only complaint filed with CPS, naming Jarvis Butts.
What? Okay, CPS got the record of this man that's in the house with these children and didn't do a damn thing. Okay, and it gets worse. Somebody called, made the report. There's this person who spent 8 motherfucking years in prison for sexual abuse of children and is left in that damn house with them children. Why? Is it because of the area, location, inner city children? Is that why? Because that's what it looks like.
And it wasn't easy for me to call protective services just because of the horror stories that you hear.
Kawana Morton said she heard about the same allegations against Butts from a conversation with his girlfriend. 2 months after her cousins called to CPS, she would file her own complaint.
2 months later, another report is filed.
Told them that there's a problem and they need to be aware of it. I am 90% sure that there's sexual abuse going on within the home.
Did you specifically mention Jarvis by name?
Yes, absolutely.
Internal CPS records we obtained show that investigators looked into that complaint, conducting a...
It reads, based on the investigative findings, there is not a preponderance of evidence to support the allegations of sexual abuse for redacted by Jarvis Butts, what I assume. Face-to-face interviews were conducted with both parents. According to Mr. Butts, he has not seen the children he has with Shannon in months. He stated he has not sexually abused any of his children in any way. He stated it's redacted. Someone would say that about him. He stated it doesn't look good either, that when you look him up, he was convicted of a sex crime. However, that was 20 years ago. According to redacted, was shocked at the allegations, and this was all new to her. Even though a CPS report had been filed 2 months ago. Continuing on, redacted stated Shannon stated her 3 oldest children asked for their father all of the time, and he will come over every time they call him. Redacted stated that she and Mr. Butts have an open visitation policy. Redacted stated Neziah has never come to her with any accusations against her, or one of the children's never come to her with any accusations against her father, and neither have her other children. MDHHS sent a LEN to the Wayne County Prosecutor and Detroit PD. MDHHS completed a referral to Kids Talk for the 2 girls and were forensically interviewed. There were no disclosures. A home assessment was completed. The home was clean, having working utilities and adequate supply of food, and was free of any observed safety concerns. A safety plan was not created due to Mr. Butts not agreeing to be separated from his children. This case will be denied as a category something with a low risk level. Mr. Butts disagreed to be separated from his children, even though he is accused of a horrible sex act that landed him 8 years in prison. He's in the house. Not only his children are there, but there are other children that live in the house as well, and it's classified a low risk level. The last sentence reads, no one will be placed on central registry. The family was provided with a DHS 1450 Pub 137 and a list of resources that can be used throughout Macomb County. Wait a minute.
Face-to-face interview with Butts, who strongly denied the allegation.
I am watching, by the way, for the trial. We'll get back to that as soon as they come back.
A forensic interview was conducted with the alleged victim, and no disclosures were made. CPS said the home was clean and free of observed safety concerns. The allegation was denied, assigned a low risk level. These are 2 complaints of at least 5 filed with CPS since 2015 naming Jarvis Butts. They allege concerns about
Let me play that back for y'all again. There's a reason, because I'm about to ask a question of the true crime community, okay? This is not directed at y'all. This is directed to everybody else in the true crime community.
These are 2 complaints of at least 5 filed with CPS since 2015 naming Jarvis Butts. They allege concerns about
Okay. Here's your 5 motherfucking CPS reports, true crime community. Here's your 5 CPS reports. Here's your 5 CPS reports right here. Why aren't y'all talking about this? Why is nobody talking about this? Can somebody please tell me? Because right here's your 5 CPS reports. Where are you at? Where are you at?
possible molestation, physical abuse, or living conditions. Some of the complaints are generic, and none would ultimately substantiate that Butts was improperly touching children. Just over a year after the last complaint on record, Butts would be charged with sexually assaulting and murdering Neziah Harris.
I'm brokenhearted because this could have been prevented. All of it. All of it
You're damn right it could have been prevented.
could have been prevented.
Attorneys for Jarvis Butts declined comment for this story, citing his pending criminal case. As for CPS, a spokeswoman for the Department of Health and Human Services said that their hearts go out to the family and friends of Neziah Harris. It says that state and federal laws
Hold on.
prohibit them from commenting on what we just reported, but that they are committed to ensuring the health and safety of all children. I'm Ross Jones, 7 News, Detroit.
Okay, I've got it turned up. Y'all will hear when they come back to court. I'll pull up the pregnancy video and show you, and I'll drop their links in the description box. I apologize. I need to calm down. I'm fed up. I'm fed up about hearing about 5 mysterious CPS reports when there's 5 right here, and ain't nobody else talking about this case. Ain't nobody else talking about this case. Why? Why? Because you don't make the money you want to make off of it. I can't. I'm angry. I'm upset. I'm angry. I'm pissed. This is going to be from Tootie Uncensored. I will drop her description. I will drop her link in the description box. Hold on. You can see she's got a lot on Neziah. I got to find that video, the one that shows her pregnant. Oh, I know her face is like that. It might be that one that we just saw. No. I might have to go back to my other video to find it. Right here. All right, hold on. I'm only going to play a part of it. I played her video and dropped her links and all of that. I'll grab her link real quick and drop it in the description box because you need to hear all of this. We'll start from right here. Okay, this again is Tootie Uncensored. I will drop her in the description box, and I'll try to grab her link if I can while watching for this trial.
So let
me warn you that she is very uncensored. She cusses, she says things, so I'm just giving you a trigger warning. I reckon you might want to know what she's reacting to, so I'll back it up.
back and forth that I've been kind of like confused by this because in the comments people have been mentioning a baby, like they knew, and I'm like, there's no way y'all could have knew, because if y'all knew she was pregnant, then y'all had to know what was going on with this man, saying a blasey. I was confused, but we're gonna go through this. And it says this: hello, did you guys know the baby was pregnant? Now this is 14 weeks ago, I guess, so this is or beforehand, but anyway, She said, yes, she did. She posted about it. So Roxy Rock says, yes, I posted it on my page before it came out to the public. Okay. Now, I missed the fuck out of that. I'm going to be real. I missed all of that. Oh. The fuck? Because, see, no, now that aggravates my soul.
If you thought this child was pregnant, how did she get pregnant? Can somebody tell me? Because that tells me again that you knew this man was messing with this child and didn't do anything. I just dropped her link and pinned it to the top of the chat box, and I'm dropping it in the description box right now. And I am watching the trial. They haven't come back yet. Again, I'm going to let you know she's very uncensored and she cusses and all of that. So I'm giving you a warning.
Because this says to me that you had to know at the doctor's appointment, right? And see, this is what's troubling to me about CPS and all of this type of shit, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I get it. A guardian got to be there, but that would be weird as fuck to me. Any 13-year-old in the United States of America being pregnant. So, what the fuck is going on? But let me play this vid. Now,
you're going to see her dancing. Pay attention to her belly. Y'all just saw how little and skinny she was.
Let me try to scan through this.
She's in a gray sweater. When she turns, watch her belly.
It's no way in the fucking world that nobody can tell that this girl is pregnant. It's nowhere in the world, bro. It is, bro. It is nowhere in the world, shawty. It is nowhere in the world. It is no way that you can walk past this girl and tell. Because once I pull up this picture of her from May 22nd of 2023, and you mean to try to tell me that this shit was only like some months later and y'all couldn't tell? And I can look at it and tell right now. I'm looking at it right here in this picture. It could tell.
You can see pictures of her over here. Y'all saw that one where her hair is like fluffy. You saw her. I could put my pointer finger and my thumb damn near around her arm. Okay, that's how little she was. She was what they call down here in the South. She was a beanpole child. No bigger than a green bean. You can tell it in her chest. You can tell in her belly.
Bro, are you serious right now? Bro, this is crazy. This shit made me want to break something.
Shawty gon' bag it up. 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 Why? Shawty gon' bag it up. Shawty gon' bag it up.
Bro, you can see it in her boobs. Y'all seen Nazia's brother? Y'all know how they was built. Nazia was built just.
She was. Her brother is so skinny too.
Like how she is with this red on, dog. Dog, ain't no way, bro. Ain't no way, bro. Yo, this don't make y'all want to uppercut Shannon?
Yeah.
And the grandma? Bro, it is.
And then you find out on top of this about all the CPS reports that were made, and CPS didn't do a damn thing. They reported her missing at the school. It didn't go to the Detroit Police Department until a month later. And they're all getting up on the stand and lying on the court saying that Jarvis wasn't allowed in the house. But then you get text messages as she's talking about this poor groomed child is asking him where he wants it, in the damn basement or in the damn auto shop. Yeah.
No way.
I want to uppercut a bunch of people, to be honest.
Troubled about the teachers.
Yep.
We just supposed to be quiet and just keep letting it happen.
This is Roxy, her cousin that came up from Texas to look for her. We'll listen to this part, and then hopefully they'll be back at court with Megan Boswell.
So if Nazia was back in the house, oh, they all right. It's cool. Still tell the kids to be quiet. Still leave the kids over there in the house. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. It couldn't have been me.
Me either. Basil's good. He's on the corner of my bed. I'm sorry, y'all, for getting so angry. I get real upset about this case.
It couldn't have, lick Alicia, it couldn't have been me. Okay? No one, especially no child, okay? No child in my family. I don't give a damn if I hadn't seen this child in 10, 15, 20 years. There is no child.
Hold on, y'all. I'm too drunk for this shit. So you mean to tell me when Annette was doing that press conference, that they already, y'all don't think that was important information to say this child was preggo then? No, because see this.
Because they knew she was pregnant. Grandma knew she was missing that night when she didn't pick her up from school and it was asked, do you want me to go ahead and call and report her missing that night? And Grandma said, no, we'll do it in the morning. What the hell do you mean? Where's she sleeping?
She said she was a good girl. She would never do this. Y'all don't think that would...
Where was she sleeping that night that she was missing? And you didn't know where she was at, supposedly.
Would have been important information.
In my family. That is going to come.
Dainty Dane said, wasn't it important to tell CPS? Yeah, it was important to tell CPS, but there's 5 damn CPS reports against this person, and they say it's a low risk, knowing he's a sex offender living in that house. I can't. CPS failed her Detroit Police Department. I mean, not Detroit Police Department. Once they got involved, they did something. Why is CPS letting them children stay in that house? Here's your 5 CPS reports. Why is this going on? Is it because it's Detroit? Is it because it's 3 Mile in Detroit? Somebody tell me, because I need to know. And how many other children are dealing with this right now? And ain't nobody doing a damn thing. Abellis, thank you so much for gifting 50 memberships. My goodness. Good gracious, Abellis. Thank you so much for the support. I really appreciate that. That was so very sweet of you. My goodness. Thank you. I'll try to find out who they were gifted to. Thank you so much for gifting 50 memberships. I really appreciate that. That was so very sweet of you. I'll come pick up all these people. I'll have to get an extra train card to get all these people. Thank you so much, Abellis. My goodness, Abellis, thank you so very much. That was so very sweet of you. My goodness, thank you so much. That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's still going. I need to play it like 2 or 3 times to pick up all those people.
Come to me and tell me this is what's happening to me. Can you please help me? And all I'm going to do is pick up a fucking phone. And just leave it at that.
I do, every time it's gifted one, I'll play it, but I can't play it 50 times. But that was so sweet. They called people in the family, and all these people did was pick up a phone and didn't do nothing else. Excuse me, like I've said before, I don't care who it is. My child, your child, that child, this child up the street, the one that's bullying my kids. I don't care. If they are hurting or if something's going on with them, I'm going to do something. You ain't going to be able to stop me. Call somebody. I wish I would. You might want to call somebody when I show up at your house.
They cannot come to me and tell me, Cousin Roxy. Please.
I don't know why Eddiewood is still gray. Veronica, make sure you got your membership gifting turned on. I wish I could, and Mandy Lori and didn't get one. I wish I could turn it on to where like you guys could get where I could pick that you were gifted.
Please help me. And I just make a phone call, get denied, and denied, and denied, and denied, and denied. Like from a different cloth. From a different cloth. Here.
I don't think that's from a different cloth. I think that's I mean, I can't even say what I think it is.
Somebody said that
she was in Texas, so as soon as she found out, she picked everything up and went up to Michigan to help look for this child. Only one that has been out there looking. I think the brother might have went out and looked too, but not many people in the family were going out looking. On the Facebook thing we played where they're talking about her, this woman Roxy was the only one there. Again, this is from Tootie Uncensored. She's pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description box as well.
So somebody said something about September or something like that. I don't know nothing about September. I wasn't here in September. Like, I feel like it's so many people that feel like they don't want to get involved in other people's shit because, you know, it's not their business. It's not their situation. And, you know, they did what they could do and this and this and that. I feel like that only applies to certain situations. You know what I'm saying? Like lightweight type situations. Lightweight.
If I didn't say for y'all to tell Abellis thank you if you were gifted, please do so. And I'll have to go back and replay the live and I can maybe post in Discord who was gifted.
Baby, this was heavy. It was heavy. Like, I don't know. I feel like I just would have had to deal with the consequences of the police coming to my house to come get her every night. Every night. I would have went over there and got her. They would have came over there and picked her up. I would have went over there and got her. They would have came over there and picked them up. And we just would have been playing goddamn ping pong with her.
Yep. Charge me with kidnapping. I'm going to bond out and I'm going to go get her again. I'm going to have about 5 kidnapping charges. I'm going to bail out and I'm going to go get her again. CPS was called 5 times. Knew this predator was in the house and classified it a low risk. Mm-mm.
Does it? There's people reaching out to me right now. Roxy, can you help me find such and such? Can you help me find this person? Can you help me find that person? If somebody said something to me, talking about can I help them? And the girl left voluntarily. We're not doing that.
And I wasn't talking earlier to the people who have talked about this case and put it out there. I was talking to people who weren't. I won't talk about plunder and strategic. There's another group hollering 5 CPS reports. That's why I said, here's your 5 CPS reports, just to be clear.
We're not doing that. At one point, yes, her brother did run away. That is true. That is a true statement. Her brother already did.
Shaza, thank you for coming in and saying thank you.
Yes, Barbie did run away.
The judge ain't come back to the court yet. I'm watching it on my phone.
I mean, from what I heard, he got tired of certain things too. I don't know exactly what it was because, again, I wasn't here when he ran away. But yeah, he did run away. So I can only imagine with just the variations of stories that we've heard about Desire, I can only imagine the reason why he chose to run away.
Around family. You know, she was the typical little girl. She really was. And as she said, she just didn't have, the proper support.
Okay, and I like to let the audience know Nigeria, that name is kind of like a little
She was in direct contact with both Naziah and her brother. They both confided in her several times about coming to get them, and she never went to go get them. No one knew any contact information for them or what address they were at except for Kawana. That is why no one can go get them, because Kawana wouldn't tell anyone the information as to where they were at.
These children reached out. The CPS was reached out to. People were talking to others in the family. People were trying to come get these children out of this situation. Y'all, there is a article I read yesterday about a 9-year-old seeing him abusing Naziah at the damn auto shop. See, I mean, everything. They saw the whole act. And he's trying to get them involved too. I'm so angry about this case. I am so upset. I am so angry. I don't understand why she was failed to this extent. Y'all saw how pregnant she looked.
Especially when it came to her brother. As for Naziah, she stated she'd been doing whatever it was that she was supposed to be doing since September, which would have been 3 months before Naziah went missing, and all she did was pick up a phone. Meanwhile, she knew the whole time what was happening because the children were confiding in her and trusted her the most. She did nothing for either one of them. So if anyone could have prevented this crap from happening, it would have been her.
This again is Tootie Uncensored. She's pinned at the chat box and in the description box. They're
so
not.
If you want to help, start by the GoFundMe. You're trying to force me to do things.
I'm not going to play this part because I'm not going to get into all of that. I am going to try to do a fundraiser and donate to the after school program that Naziah went to. I would never advise you to donate to a GoFundMe of a family because you don't know what could have happened. I'm going to skip this part.
And tell Roxy to start lying on me.
I'm going to skip that too. They show a picture of her. Right here. That's the last jacket she was seen wearing. You can tell when you look at the picture, and I'll pull it up when we're done. Take a screenshot or remember how she looks right here. You see her cheeks? You can see. I can tell. Okay. So remember how she looks right here. And I'm going to show you what she looked like before when we go back to the video that we just played. And I'll pull up a picture real quick. I could tell in this picture, after I saw the video of her dancing around, I could tell. The judge still is not back in court in Megan Boswell.
It's just no way. It's just no way, bro. It's no way. Everything about that girl has spread.
Look, right there. Do you see her arms? This was March, a few months, probably about 6 months before them videos that we saw. Maybe 9 at the most. Look at her arm right here. Look at her face. Look at her shoulders. Everything. You can see how little she was. You can see, look at her arm. You can see the sunlight shining through and where her arm is. Look how little her arm is. I am sick physically.
It's no way. It's no way.
She's about to go back to
no
the
way.
video. Look at the video. Now look at her in this video.
It's just no way. It's no way.
Look. Look how much bigger she is. You can tell. Teachers, counselors, doctors, police people, people walking by that knew her, her family, CPS, everybody failed her. And this case is a lot similar to the Madeline Soto case, but I'm going to tell you what. If somebody saw Madeline Soto walking around looking like Naziah did compared to what she looked like before, somebody would have done something. Why wasn't it done for Naziah? How many other Naziahs are in these places right now going through the same thing and ain't nobody doing a damn thing? I am furious. I am physically sick. I got it live. He's not in. Yeah, okay. I got it live. All I see is his little... Okay, he's walking in now. All right, let me get it pulled back up. Hold on just a minute, because it'll take him a minute to call everybody. I'll try to go back to my live, too, and see if I can pull up the people who were gifted, but I think I'm going to have to go back and check it through the live replay. Hold on. Oh, they just now calling the jury back in. So it'll still be a minute. Right. I am so furious. They gave her antifreeze. She was laying the day she went missing, which was January 9th. She was laying on the floor in somewhere asking for a counselor or a nurse, and nobody ever went and got one. She disappears that evening after she asked Shannon for directions to Jarvis's house or something to that effect. Excuse me. Grandma doesn't see her all night when she goes and picks up the other youngins from the after school care thing, and Grandma says not to call the police until she goes to the school in the morning. When she goes to the school in the morning, she notifies the school police department type thing. And I wanted to make sure I was live. Because, yeah, I saw her walking in. They notify the school police. The police at the school don't notify the actual Detroit Police Department to get it investigated for a month later. They find a pink jumpsuit and the hoodie she was wearing and a pair of shoes, which is not what she was last described wearing, down by the river. And pull that. It's got blood and all of that. She supposedly went to a hotel that evening with Jarvis as well. They still ain't found her body. Well, I don't think it was early labor. They had been giving her antifreeze from what we understand. So she was sick from intake of antifreeze. They had been giving her small amounts.
All right, Mr. Scott, you handed me
for a long period of time.
3, 4 cases?
4, I think. They're right here. Judge,
right.
I handed you the unpublished case of State versus
Hold on,
Brewer.
let me jump in my lab.
And that case contains a pretty good explanation that it does cite to several published cases. If you go to, if the version you have of Brewer has a page 12 at the bottom, does it?
Yep.
If you go down to the last paragraph of page 12, it talks about 106's rule of timing and admissibility, and talks about whether it's not immediately clear where it would admit the introduction of otherwise admissible hearsay. That paragraph goes on to state, though, However, it has long been the law in the state when a part of a confession or admission is entered into evidence, the defendant is entitled to have the jury consider the entire confession. That cites Curry versus State, 397 Southwest 2nd, 179 at 181. That's Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And Samblin v. State, 387 Southwest 2nd, 817 at page 820. And that's, again, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1965. And they go on in this case, they talk about when a confession is admissible, the whole of what the accused said upon the subject at the time of making the confession is admissible and should be taken together. If the prosecution failed to prove the whole statement, the accused is entitled to put into evidence all that was said to him or by him at the time which bears on the subject of controversy, including exculpatory or self-serving declarations connected herewith. It is for the jury to say what weight shall be given to several parts of that statement. For they may well believe the part that which charges the prisoner and reject that which tends to exculpate him. And that's a direct quote from State versus Robinson, 622 Southwest 2nd, 62 at page 71, Tennessee Supreme Court, 1980. And in this case, in Brewer, the Court of Criminal Appeals goes on. This case is kind of almost on all fours the way I see it. The Rule 106 here in Brewer, the state examined on direct examination a witness about a statement. It did not put in a play that it put the physical statement in, nor did the officer read the statement verbatim. But they said the rule of fairness should allow you to place the whole statement in. And I think, Mr. Fraley was asked in this case, he was asked about taking a statement. I think he was asked a couple of times about taking a statement. And he was asked about her admitting that the child was dead. Well, certainly in a missing persons case, when you admit to the police that it's been shown and alleged that you're lying to, and Mr. Fraley, although the court granted objection, said earlier that she was telling lies. And then when she fesses up and says the baby is dead, certainly the court should take that as a confession. And I think he was asked about the baby being dead, and the response was that the baby was dead, among other things. So that leaves that out there for the jury to be wondering what the other things are. That's my recollection. That's Mr. Horn's notes. Now, that's essentially my argument. I'll rely on the other cases I gave you, but I think that Brewer case gives the best explanation. Although it's an unpublished case, the cases it cites to certainly are published. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. If not, I'll yield to Mr. Harper.
Yeah, Judge, I would agree with Mr. Scott. I think the Brewer case is on point. I would disagree with him as to how he's reading it. However, one, I don't think anything about what I elicited was in any way a confession by Miss Boswell. And two, I would rewind a little bit from where Mr. Scott quoted on page 12 of the opinion, because the danger that we're trying to avoid here is misleading the jury by providing only inculpatory parts or parts that somehow make the defendant put the defendant in a bad light, and not putting forth the parts that are inculpatory or
right.
In some way would mislead the jury about the proof. The paragraph above where Mr. Scott quoted the rule of completeness that was explained by the Supreme Court, it talks about that the rule must do one of the following, and then it lists four things. One, explain already admitted proof. Two, place admitted proof in context. Three, avoid misleading the trier of fact. Or four, ensure a fair and impartial understanding of the already admitted proof. Well, what he's trying to elicit doesn't do any of that stuff.
See, that's my problem is I don't know what he's trying to do.
Well,
I have not been told yet
I'm going to have his voice saying that tomorrow when we come. I'm going to play it when we come back for trial tomorrow.
All right, I guess I'll go ahead. I believe he's trying to elicit that what Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley was that her.
Step out.
And Mr. Suck can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe what he's trying to elicit is that Miss Boswell told Agent Fraley that Hunter Wood, the defendant's boyfriend, rolled over and killed the child. And that was what she told Agent Fraley at that time. I don't know how that corrects in any way his statement that she admitted the child was dead. I mean, if anything, that's the fact she was there is more inculpatory to elicit that than it is correcting any sort of misleading impression that might be out there as a result of what Agent Fraley's already testified to.
There's a special place in hell for Jarvis Butts.
Are you satisfied that that's an accurate summary of what proof is, or do I need to hear the whole 2 hours? I would, because there's, in this case investigation, I don't recall which one it is, but I read that one of the arguments was that the defendant on possibly the post-conviction case, there was argument that because the judge relied on the summary proof instead of reviewing
There's so much more to that case I haven't even got to cover.
the entirety that the judge couldn't make.
I'll show you tomorrow, Bellis.
I think, and Mr. Harper can correct me if I'm wrong, I think I'm generally satisfied with what he's saying, but she explained how the baby died, where the baby, or maybe not where the baby went, but I think that Hunter took it in that statement. Am I right about that? Yeah. She gives an explanation. And I guess what I'm trying to say right now is it's fundamentally unfair. And I think it does satisfy at least one or two of those things that Mr. Harper's talking about in the paragraph above from Brewer. Explains the already admitted proof. It puts it in context. Well, right now you have a case where the jury's heard this TBI agent say, yeah, she's lied and she's basically led us on wild goose chases, but she finally admits the baby's dead without putting in the full explanation of what she told them. And I think for the jury to hear that, you know, there's no mention of anyone else and what was put in. She tries to explain to him what happens, and I think it explains it and it avoids misleading the trier of fact from the standpoint of the jury. You know, you don't know what this proof is. Mr. Harper and me, Mr. Harper, Ms. Maskill, we know it. And I think you said that's where you're struggling. Well, you have
obviously it's where I'm struggling, because the test that the Tennessee Supreme Court has given to the trial judge is that it is an issue of fundamental fairness. It isn't an issue of one snippet of one statement misleads the jury. That's not the test. That's not the question. The question is it fundamentally unfair if I, as a trial, don't allow you to put in the entirety of the statement based on the very narrow, and I understand General Harper was being very careful and cautious in what he was asking. So what I think where we're at is that I'm going to have to, is it transcribed? Is it audio? Is it video?
It's 2 hours.
Well,
I guess we could fast forward to that.
I think I've got a clip of just that portion.
Well, here's the other thing. If you want to give me just a clip, obviously it speeds it up today. But then if the jury ultimately convicts, then on post-conviction or during the appeal, the argument's going to be, oh, well, the judge didn't review the entirety of the statement. And therefore, he couldn't have made an appropriate determination. So here's where we're at. It's my opinion, and believe me, there's nobody in this courtroom who wants to keep this case moving. But it's my opinion that you're going to have to give me the audio, video, whatever it is, and I'm going to have to go back to chambers, and I'm going to have to review it. And then I can come out here and make a decision based on this law. I think that's where we're at. I don't want to send the jury away, but I'm not going to make them sit out here for 2 hours.
I think maybe you're going to have to. I mean, and if I'd have known this was going to come up, if they'd have known, we'd have brought this up. But I don't think. But I do think the court needs to consider when you do this: is this a confession? Because those state Supreme Court cases that are cited in Brewer go back to 1965, and I don't think.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. And the last case that you gave me gives me this freedom. I'm not going to go back to 1965. I'm going to rely on the rules of evidence as they've been enacted in this state now for some time, and the cases that talk about the rules of evidence. 1965 predates our rules of evidence.
I understand that.
And even our Supreme Court in one of these cases says, look.
I had to give Basil his medicine real quick. I stepped away. Hio said, I have casually named the court reporter Ursula, and she's mad about someone stealing her brown sugar Pop-Tarts out of the break room, in my opinion. Either way, no brown sugar Pop-Tarts. Them brown sugar Pop-Tarts are good. Have y'all ever had them pumpkin pie ones? I love them. And the sugar cookie ones?
The defendant in that case made arguments relying on the old cases. The Supreme Court said, look, we're going to look at this under what the rules of evidence say. And that's where that's my story.
I want you to understand my position is this. I think the defendant under due process protections given to her by both the Tennessee Constitution and the federal Constitution has a right to fundamental fairness. And I think those cases, that's what they're talking about is fundamental fairness. So
okay, just sit.
I'm not sure that there's a difference if there's the rules of evidence provide for fundamental fairness. I understand what you're saying.
They're doing the same thing they've been doing in Stephen Sturd's trial. They're going to try to get a mistrial.
I think we're on the same page at least.
I'll find it. I'll comment about it when I get it.
Yes, sir.
Where we're at right now is I'm going to have to bring the jury in. I'm going to send them, since this is day one, they've not been to the hotel yet. I'm going to go ahead and just send them to the hotel. I'm going to have to listen to or watch.
It's video. It's video.
We may have to hold issue about it, where I can see it. I had another case where I had Sullivan County videos that I could not.
These are pretty clear, Judge. There should be any comments.
I see you. I sped it up so we could get through.
Yeah, I think did we not get in that other case, does say with the Bluetooth. Did it work that way? Okay.
I hope she does life without the possibility of parole. I really do.
One stand, please.
Insane Clown Posse. Yeah, I wouldn't watch the movie.
Maybe see. Thank you.
No, thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed the lunch first. Second, we've got a legal issue that's come up that I have to do a little bit of research so I can come to the right conclusion. And it's going to slow us down a little bit. But since this is the first day of sequestration, I'm going to go ahead and have the officers take you to the hotel so you can get settled in. Your luggage should already be there. I think they've already told you all that. Then they'll take you out to dinner tonight to some undisclosed restaurant somewhere in the Tri-Cities. But before you go, I'm required by law to give you certain admonitions.
So is this going to be the end of trial today, I'm
One, you're not to
wondering?
communicate with other jurors or anyone else regarding any subject connected with this trial. You're not to form or express any opinion about the case until it is finally submitted to the
Okay.
court.
So this is probably going to be
You're
it for
report
today.
promptly to this court any incident involving an attempt by any person to improperly influence any member of the jury. You're also to report promptly to the court a juror's violation of any of these admonitions. You're not to read, watch, or listen to any news reports.
It wouldn't surprise me, Anders.
You're to decide this case solely on the evidence introduced in this trial. Okay?
I'm going to see if they're going to talk about stuff.
We'll start back at 9 o'clock in the morning, and I will see you then.
One stand, please.
She's facing life without the possibility of parole. I think they could get the death penalty in Tennessee. I'm not sure.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. Y'all, we'll be in recess till 8:30 in the morning.
Okay.
I need y'all to get that statement to me changed.
All right. So they're in recess until 8:30 in the morning. We ain't going to hear anything they talk about. Well, I reckon that's going to be it for me today. I'm going to work on reading some more, getting some more of these documents printed out, reading them, and putting them out on the page. I have linked, and I talk about Hio has done a breakdown of most of the documents on her page. So if you guys watch the document videos and are a little bit lost, like I sometimes am, make sure you check her out, because she can tell you basically what they're saying and what it means. Yeah, I guess that'll be it for me today. Thank you guys for the support and for being here. I apologize for getting so angry earlier, but I can't with the Neziah Harris case. There are 20 more jurors. Yeah, and I'll be back in the morning. I will start an hour and a half after they initially start so that we can skip the lunch like we did today. There are 20 more documents. Lord have mercy. Well, I'm going to get out what I can. I reckon I'll have to go through and figure out which ones are probably most important. Goodness. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Love y'all too. And I hope y'all have a great day. Enjoy your day. And I'll see y'all back in the morning, the same time this stream started. For me, it's at 10:30. Thank y'all for your support. Thank you for being here. And yeah, tomorrow we'll probably see a bunch more witnesses, a bunch more evidence. I don't know what all they'll show or talk about, but I'm here for it and hope to see y'all then. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Stay safe out there. Hug your babies and tell them you love them. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should know. I have never really liked you at all. I cannot hide it anymore. I've been thinking about the future, trying to forget about the past. So many ways that I could change for the better. Don't even know where to begin. If I allow myself to dream, will it be as good as it seems? Pull me out of this place in the middle, in the middle. Nothing more to embrace in the middle, in the middle. If I try to climb up the wall, everyone can see when I fall. Take me up into the mountains, send me off into the wild. Misery is still a path I would choose if the alternatives are worse. I guess it's time to